penitentiary. The doctor looks up and...
Alright guys, we're going to react to Injustice full story. This is 7 hours long, so this will be a part. Wait, I gotta adjust this. This will be cut into different parts. So we'll watch the first hour or two, and then we'll stop because I really want to watch and read this story, Injustice. I hear it's good. Let's get right into it though.
Andre Chavard. The diagnosis is not good. How long do I have? Andre asks. A month, maybe 2. I'll let the warden know he's agreed to have a parole hearing on compassionate grounds, the doctor tells him. But later, Andre sits before the parole board, only hearing that they have denied him his parole. Please don't.
Who is this guy?
I just want to meet him, Andre begs them, but the warden shakes his head. It is a decision of this board that your crimes have not been paid for. Parole is denied. That night,
is this
Andre
Arkham?
is pushing his library cart through the prison halls as he stops at the man named Brick's cell, asking him if he can get a message out to the world. To who? Brick asks. To whoever can get me out of here, Andre tells him. Brick smiles, though, leaning against the bars to his cell. We all want to get out of here. He smirks and Andre nods. Yeah, but you can't offer what I can. Power to control a god. Gotham City. Superman floats down, watching as Batman and his family continue to deal with Black Mask's goons. Can I help? No,
Mask. Oh.
Batman says, punching another masked foe. Sure, Nightwing shouts as he flips over another. Nightwing quickly fills Superman in on the situation, and the Man of Steel quickly speeds away, gathering up the thugs. Moments later, the fight is over. We didn't need your help, Damian tells the Man of Steel. I know, but I was happy to. Superman nods and the others come over to thank him, but Batman stands next to Damian, both of their arms crossed. I know why you're here, to make sure I attend, Batman tells him. Superman smiles, admitting that he was afraid that Batman would find some reason not to show up. Batman turns away. It's not over, but Nightwing smiles, shaking his head. It's totally over. Go to the party, he tells his mentor and his friend. So later, at the Justice League Watchtower, the Justice Society of America is gathered for a group photo under a thank you banner. Superman steps forward, a glass of champagne in his hands. We are here today to honor those who came first, those who have paved the way, and we are here to say thank you. Without your example, your heroism, your sacrifice, none of us would be standing here today. Also, without you saving the world 17 times before most of us were even born, literally none of us would be standing here today, he says, holding his glass up for everyone to toast. Batman stands to the side while Wildcat is coming up to him. Not toasting? He asks, and Batman shakes his head. It's a work night, and my hydration levels are at their optimum, Wildcat, he says, and Wildcat grins, shaking his head. How is it that I've been alive since the 1920s and you're the grumpy old man? He asks him. He steps forward, smiling at the Dark Knight. You don't want to drink? Did you want to fight? I'm not gonna fight you, Wildcat, Batman tells him. I get it, you're scared. Then I'll make you look bad in front of your work friends. Wildcat nods, and moments later the two of them are squaring off. Now before we get started, this is some friendly sparring, just hand to hand. I don't want to see any smoke bombs or trained attack bats. Trained attack bats? I don't keep up with what you're into, Wildcat says, and the two heroes begin to trade blows, both blocking and dodging each other's attacks, when suddenly Batman lashes out with a quick strike to Wildcat's nerves. Really? A nerve strike? Wildcat asks, holding his useless left arm. They were your rules. I only used my hands, Batman tells him as he dodges away. He moves in for another strike, but Wildcat backhands him across the face, sending the Dark Knight flying. Barry Allen watches on, his eyes growing wide as Batman gets hit, and in a blur he's gone, moving through the Watchtower as fast as he can. Jay, bring popcorn! Come quick! Batman's going down! He shouts to Jay Garrick when he finds him. In mere seconds, both of the Flashes are watching Batman tumble through the air. This is amazing, pure entertainment, Jay whispers as they both shovel popcorn into their mouths. Been telling you to keep your white elbow up for 20 years. You okay, son? Wildcat asks as he helps Batman to his feet. Spectre suddenly appears, telling the group, I must leave. They thank him for coming, surprised that he would make time for a photo. I would be welcome, he admits. Jim, the world may not know what you did, but we'll never forget what we owe you. Wonder Woman tells the spirit of vengeance. Batman crosses the room, stepping in front of Barry and Jay. I smelled popcorn, he growls at them before turning and walking out of the room. The man's a freak, Jay whispers. Superman follows him, telling the Dark Knight to stay and relax for once. I just got punched in the face. You got punched in the face by Wildcat. You're telling me that you didn't enjoy that a little? Batman grins. Maybe a little. But Superman tells Bruce that he should still stay, that Gotham can go on without him for a little while longer. Meanwhile, back at Blackgate, the guards try to run, but the rounds catch them in the back and they fall in a pool of their own blood. Andre turns, watching the death. Andre! Andre, is that you? A voice calls from the end of the hall. Yes, Andre answers. Good! Be a bit embarrassed if I massacred all the way to the wrong cell! The Joker cackles as he steps from the shadows, surrounded by his men. I hear you have something for me. Batman and Superman look down on the world from the Watchtower's viewport. Batman points out that he thinks it's dangerous for them to be so far away, that the people shouldn't see them like this. Superman disagrees, liking being able to look down on the world and see no borders, no us versus them. I wish everyone could see the planet like this, he tells his friend, as Superman tells Batman that he's been thinking about the legacy, about what comes next. Batman turns to him, telling him, you already have a legacy, but I don't think that's what this really is about. Have you and Lois started talking? Bruce asks, and Clark nods, telling him that he and Lois both want the same things, but there are some concerns. Of course, but there's people that you can talk to. The two are interrupted as Alan Scott and the Amazing Man enter the room, smiling, asking the world's finest what they're talking about. Legacies, Superman tells them. Batman smiles, pointing at Clark. Superman, of all people, doesn't think that he has one. Amazing Man laughs, asking how Superman can't see it with all of his power. Alan and Will explain that Superman inspired his entire generation of heroes, and the newest generation. Your legacy is alive in every hero on the planet, Amazing Man tells him. Meanwhile, the Joker pulls the van up outside of Andre's grandson's house. If you go, remember, you can try to run, but I'll break both your legs and another surprise body part. Good luck, Andre! Harley yells with a smile as she leans out back. Andre walks up to the door, knocking even though it is late, and his grandson, Stefan, answers. Andre asks if he knows him. Stefan knows him, but has no interest in speaking with his grandfather. His eyes go wide as he looks at the van parked in the street. Is that the Joker? Stefan asks, worried in his voice. Well, hello, kid! The Joker yells, waving from the driver's seat. Stefan turns to his grandfather, angry. You show up out of nowhere in the middle of the night to apologize and bring a homicidal maniac to my home? I'm with the kid, Andre! This is very poorly thought out. Andre agrees, apologizing once more and walking away from Stefan's home. It was good to meet you, even if I messed it up. I'm glad our name goes on and is made better. Meanwhile, Batman finally arrives at Blackgate Prison, greeted by James Gordon on the scene. He leads him through the prison, finding Andre's cell with Nightwing and Huntress. I should have been here, Batman growls, but Nightwing shakes his head, telling Bruce that there is nothing that he could have done. Nightwing and I were here 3 minutes and 45 seconds after the alarm sounded. By then, the Joker was gone, Batman, Huntress tells him. And they tell Batman that only one person was broken out. Gordon tells him that it was Andre Chavard, that he's 88 and denied compassionate parole for his sickness. Batman pauses, the name stirring something in his memories. Meanwhile, in the city, the Joker is careening down the street. It was beautiful, Andre. We should do more family reunions, Mr. J. Harley yells in joy, and the Joker nods, turning to Andre. Let's talk about that power of God. Andre shakes his head, and Joker turns, running over someone trying to cross the street. Are you trying to double-cross me? I don't care. I'm 86 and a dead man already. I have nothing. I am nothing. There's nothing you can take away, Andre tells him. But the Joker suddenly pulls a sharp U-turn, heading back towards Stefan's house. Oh, but Andre, you just showed me where the only person that you care about lives, he says with a wicked smile. They pull up to Stefan's house, and the Joker gets out pulling a knife. You can't! Andre yells, but the Joker shakes his head. Of course I can! Just a really short-sighted act of resistance there, Andre. The Joker kicks in the door, grabbing Stefan, throwing him to the floor. Andre rushes in, trying to stop the maniac as he begins to cut the fingers off of Stefan. Please, I'm sorry, I'll tell you everything! Andre shouts, sinking to the floor. They begin to walk out, with Harley leaning over the fallen Stefan. Okay, Stefan, what you want to do is collect up all these fingers and put them on ice and get to the hospital. Of course, it would be easier to pick up your fingers if you had more fingers attached to your hand. What a conundrum. Back at the van, the Joker turns back to the old man. Planning any other stupid things I have to punish you for, Andre? He asks, and the old man shakes his head, telling him no. Good, because I'm ready to be a god. In 1945, Hitler put a gun in his mouth and pulled the trigger. But only a few people know this. It wasn't his choice. Andre begins leaning forward in his chair. Joker looks at him, bored, as his other henchmen stand around. Oh hey! I didn't realize this was a whole story time thing.
Oh, it's Splitgate too. So this part.
To the two henchmen, telling one of them to get a cozy rug and the other to start a fire. How big do you want it, boss? The goon asks. What? Joker asks, causing Harley to lean in. Ned's an arsonist, she tells him. Joker nods, turning to the other and telling him that he is in charge of the fire. Ned, you're in charge of the rug. Do you want the rug on fire? Ned asks. Why would I want the rug on fire? Everything's better on fire, Ned tells him, and Joker nods, turning to the other goon. Gary, kill Ned, he orders. Gary shoots Ned, and the Joker turns back to Andre. Sorry about that, Andre. You were talking about Hitler? Andre begins his story, which starts in Egypt, 1942. Carter Hall is with his guide, trying to find the tomb of an ancient queen. Carter, we have some stonework, Shiara calls from further in the tunnel. She falls through the floor, forcing Carter and the guide to run after her. But she calls out that she's okay, and Carter follows her down, finding a sealed door at the bottom. It doesn't look quite like a queen's tomb, Shiara tells him. Carter agrees, pointing out that it looks like someone didn't want them to open it. Of course we're opening it, right? Of course we're opening it, Shiara tells him. She reaches out, taking his hand. I love you, Carter Hall, she tells him, and Carter looks at her for a second. Are you saying nice things in case there's an ancient curse in here? Well, I don't know if I'll ever get a chance if I'm cursed for all eternity. You see? She answers with a smile. The two swing their pickaxes, breaking the seal and opening the door, revealing a corpse pinned to the wall wearing strange armor. Egyptian god of chaos? Shiara wonders, looking at the symbols on the armor. Carter nods, telling her that he thinks for once they should just ignore what they found and head home. But she isn't listening. Can you hear that, Carter? She asks, reaching out for the helmet of the corpse. She reaches out, taking the helmet and putting it on her head. Yes, I can hear it. All the voices! She shouts, her voice not her own. She turns, backhanding Carter across the tomb, and she pulls on the rest of the armor, the Ankh symbol glowing on her chest. I know what they want me to do, she shouts as the energy cascades off of her. Flying away, Carter reaches into his bag, pulling out his Hawkman helmet and weapon. He leaps into the air, following after his love. He catches up to her 150 miles away, over the second battle of El Alamein. He tries to reason with Shiara, but her words are not her own. The Nazis open fire on the two strange beings in the middle of the war zone, but the creature has overtaken Shiara, deflecting the bullets, sending them into Carter's chest. He falls, reaching out for her. Carter, what did I do? She gasps, anger and energy flashing through the helmet as she turns on the Nazis, hitting them with energy and killing them. Carter uses this moment to pull the helmet off of Shiara's head, bringing her back to reality. There you are, he gasps, looking at her face. Lucky we said nice things before. He begins, but his voice begins to fade away. Shiara looks at him, tears in her eyes as she begs him not to go, her wings sprouting as she screams his name, leaping into the sky. In the aftermath, the Australian and British forces move through the battlefield. A young soldier finding a German still alive. Dick Strauser rolls over, grinning as he holds up the stone from the god's armor. You should take me to your staff sergeant, he whispers to the young man, who nods and complies. The soldier helps Strauser move through the destruction, calling for his sergeant. The stone glows again. You should go ahead and shoot yourself in the face now, Strauser tells the young man, who shoots himself in the face as he gets into the truck with the sergeant. He smiles as the sergeant's eyes begin to glow under the control of the stone. Let's drive, Sergeant Woolley. This should be fun. Strouser smirks. Andre, who's currently captured by the Joker, looks up. In 1944, I was fighting alongside the Boy Commandos, he says. Wait. Joker tells him, he and Harley laying on the floor, their head in their hands as they listen to Andre's story. Behind them, Gary pulls Ned Corpse out of the room. Boy Commandos? Harley asks, shocked. Kids with guns? Fighting in a war? That sounds recklessly irresponsible. That's a level of child endangerment that even Batman would raise an eyebrow to. Joker tells him, but Joker waves his hand telling Andre to continue and get to the Nazi killing part. Andre looks surprised. I thought you'd like him. I'm an American. I hate freaking Nazis. I'm a homicidal maniac, not a traitorous bigot. The Joker snaps at him. Andre continues his story, explaining how Dirk Strawser used the Amulet of Chaos to control the Allied generals to order their men to charge into enemy fire. The Boy Commandos found themselves trapped during one of these doomed battles, with Andre himself having taken the bullet. But suddenly the battle went silent around them as they were washed in green light, and above them, Green Lantern Alan Scott floats down, protecting them with his constructs. The Flash moved as a blur through the battlefield, disarming the Nazi soldiers, and Black Canary arrived, her scream incapacitating them. Dr. Midnight walked down the trench, saving Andre's life, when suddenly the rest of the Justice Society was there, demanding to know who ordered the suicidal charge. They find the 4-star general, who demands to know who they are. But that's when the Spectre stepped forward. I am Jim Corrigan, a soldier in the United States military, and I am the Spectre, a spirit of vengeance. You are marching your men directly into a slaughter, he tells him, his eyes burning with mystic power. The general starts to explain, but he isn't making sense, when suddenly his eyes begin to glow and he smiles. This isn't going to work, is it? Oh well, it's probably time to have some fun. He smiles, and Dr. Fate stops, sensing chaos within the man's mind. The heroes try to react, but the general shoots himself too quickly. It was at that moment that Strawser realized that he was thinking too small. He sought out the easiest mark in the Justice Society, and he took control of Johnny Thunder, and with him, his controlled genie, YZ. So an all-powerful genie controlled by a hero enslaved by a Nazi working for Hitler. That's like the world's most messed up Russian nesting doll. In the final months of the war, the Justice Society fought a war against one of their own. They won, but they lost their friend. And they finally caught up to Strawser. The Nazi looked up with a smile, remembering Hawkgirl. I shot your boyfriend. He smiles, and Hawkgirl's mace comes down with a sickening crunch, ending Strawser forever. Alan, as Spectre turned, seeing Jay Garrick holding on to the Amulet of Chaos. The spirit of vengeance flies forward, taking the magical item from his friend. Give it to me, Jay Garrick, he whispers, and the hero leaps into the air and begins to fly away. What are you going to do? Green Lantern yells. I'm going to end this war, Spectre hissed back. The Spectre used the amulet to end a great evil, but it cost Jim Corrigan deeply. He returned to his friends, telling Alan that the spirit of vengeance shouldn't have this level of power. The Green Lantern wraps the amulet up in a green bubble. No one should have this power. You have to hide it. Hide it where no one will find it, Corrigan tells him. Green Lantern promises, flying over the deepest part of the ocean. It was only later, when Andre was in the hospital for his wounds, did he overhear the Green Lantern talking to Dr. Midnight. I need to tell someone else where it's hidden, Alan whispered to his friend. I buried it in a chest in the deepest part of the ocean. Back in the present, Harley leans over at the end of the story. Really? Challenger Deep in the Mariana Trench? But I suppose the deepest part of the ocean where the pressure would crush a human instantly was a pretty safe place in the 1940s. But now... Now it's a day trip when you make friends in low places. People who value their limbs enough to not say no to me. Joker finishes for her. He turns around with a smile. Harley, fetch my swimsuit. We're journeying to the bottom of the ocean. Meanwhile, over in Metropolis, Superman stares outside of his apartment window out into the city, and Lois asks if everything's okay. He tells her that everything is fine, and Lois says, really? Because you're hovering. You tend to forget about gravity when you're thinking too hard. It's a little disconcerting. So let's talk about what's going on in that gorgeous head of yours. Superman sits down and says that he was with the Justice Society tonight. He saw generations of heroes together. He saw the past and the future all in one room. And Batman said something about my legacy. Lois sighs, grabbing her phone, asking, Did Batman get in your head again? It's about time that I and Bruce had a little chat. One where he says nothing and I eviscerate that superiority complex of his. Superman laughs. Actually, Batman was quite kind. And Lois asks, are we talking about the same Batman, pointy ears, broody, hides all of his problems in body armor and violence? Superman goes on stating that they all said that he had a legacy already, but he realized he wasn't thinking about a hero to follow in his footsteps. Lois asks him, are you talking about a family? Lois reaches for his hand and says that there is nothing that would make her happier, but they don't know if it's safe. So Superman tells her that maybe they should see a doctor about it. Meanwhile, back over in
Hey guys, we're back.
the sea, Manta says that they'll be heading into the Midnight Zone, a place where the sun cannot penetrate, where the only visible light is made by the...
So they're getting black. See, I knew. I was like, man, if they need somebody, it has to be like Aquaman or somebody. But it's Black Manta. Oh man, crazy. This is like Nemesis or something.
creatures themselves.
He was in a new movie too. I just realized that. And it did go deep in the ocean. Huh. Let's keep watching though.
Harley looks out the windows at the glowing jellyfish, asking, can we get a sub? I'll name it and feed it every day. And Joker tells her, no! A short while later, Manta swims out onto the ocean floor, stating that he has found something. After blasting a hole into the ground and uncovering the sealed chest that Alan left, Manta asks, how did this get here? Back over in the Scott home, Alan's ring lights up, and as he turns the light on, Jimmy asks, what is it? Alan says that it's an old failsafe. Hopefully, it's a false alarm. Jimmy says that it's the middle of the night, and Alan says that he knows. The forces of evil could be more considerate. Jimmy lays back down, asking if he can get milk on the way home, and Alan kisses Jimmy on the forehead, telling him, sure, I'll be home soon. Back at the sub, Manta pulls the amulet out of the chest, asking, what is this? Maybe something so well hidden is valuable? Joker takes it, telling him, sure, maybe one day you'll be deep under the sea, and when you least expect it, you'll discover tiny holes in that breathing equipment. But as Joker takes the amulet, Andre lunges forward with Joker quickly punching him back. He holds up the amulet, asking, did you plan on taking this for yourself? Have a little fun with the short time you have left? So naughty, Andre. That time just got a whole lot shorter. Joker places the amulet around his neck and suddenly transforms into a little superhero-like costume, yelling, yes, the energy that I'm connected to, the awesome abilities at my fingertips. Harley looks at him, telling him, uh-huh, I really like what it did with your hair. And Joker pats it. Right? It has like a lot of bounce. Andre quickly grabs a nearby rifle, stating that he never had a chance to use it. He's not afraid to die. Sorry to take you with us, Miss Quinn, but this is goodbye. And he pulls the trigger with nothing happening. Andre says that it's not working, and Joker tells him, yes, it is. But you're not. Already inside of your little empty head I am. Now, be a good boy and climb into the airlock. Harley says that he doesn't have to, but Joker turns to her yelling, close your damn mouth! You don't tell me how to exact retribution, Quinn! As Andre climbs into the airlock and closes the latch behind him, Manta ejects him, letting the pressure of the ocean crush him to death. Just then, a green light shines as Alan Scott floats outside of the sub, and Joker says, oh, this is perfect! What a great first toy to play with! And suddenly, the bubble protecting Alan disappears, and he begins to get crushed. A short while later, back at the Joker's hideout, Harley asks, what is it like? And the Joker says that he's flying over New York. It's terrifying and I love it! Joker then flies Alan to the Justice Society headquarters and begins to look around when a computer scans him, stating, please hold, welcome Green Lantern. Joker looks around, stating that he sees a photo of the Justice Society along with the Justice League. But when he takes a closer look, Joker notices Wildcat close to Batman, and Batman has a particular expression on his face. Joker's curious, because it looks like respect. Yes, we will definitely be torturing this one first. As Joker moves to the computer, Sandman asks if everything's all right, Alan. He thought that Hourman was scheduled for the morning. Joker tries to think of something and says, can we talk? Outside? It's not safe in here. Soon the two walk through the dark alleyway and Sandman asks what is going on. Why isn't the Justice Society headquarters safe? And Joker says that he thinks that someone infiltrated the Justice Society. Sandman stops. How? And Joker forces a construct knife into him, burying it into his stomach, stating, like this! He slams Sandman's head into the ground, telling him, we should look what's under your mask. And the Joker pulls off his mask as Sandman says, Alan? Joker grabs him. Who is Alan? Am I Alan? Are you Alan? Hello? Harley asks what's going on, and Joker says that he has a body to dump. As he takes off, he says that he's starting to get the hang of this. Oh yes, this is going to be a lot of fun. But as he visualizes all the twisted constructs he will be able to use, they suddenly vanish, along with his mask. Joker panics. What the hell? And Alan begins to fall out of the sky. As Joker screams, Harley grabs him asking what's wrong, and Joker says, I think the Green Lantern's power has a limit. Inside the medical bay, which is inside the Justice Society headquarters, Alan's partner Jim patiently waits by the Green Lantern's bed, hoping for a swift recovery. But then a voice calls out to him asking if he has a moment, and Jim looks back, and he says, oh, it's you. As Jim begins to stand up, Superman tells him to please sit. And Jim then says that he's already answered Batman's questions. Superman pulls up a chair, telling him that he actually isn't here asking anything. He just wanted to see if they're okay. Jim sighs, telling him that Batman said that there was evidence that Alan stabbed Wesley. He wouldn't! But Superman stops him, telling him, I know, and I'm really not here for questions. Jim turns back and he tells him, I had black coffee this morning. Alan was supposed to get milk. He headed out to save the world and he was supposed to get milk on his way back. But when you're with someone like Alan, being able to do the things that he does, it means that you'd also have to share him with the world. It means that he might not always be home when he wants to be. You have someone to bring milk home to, Superman? Superman responds, I do, and I don't always get to come home when I want to. Jim asks, does she keep you grounded? The Superman answers, she does. Jim laughs, that's good. I couldn't imagine what would happen to all the super people without good, honest, mere mortals pulling them back to Earth. I'm Jim. Superman laughs with him. I know. Alan has talked about you before, Jim. A lot. All good things, though. Jim smiles, stating that he thought that Superman doesn't lie. And Superman finishes. Mostly good things, Jim. Jim then turns back, stating that he would like to thank him. The moment that he showed up, it lessened the burden on Alan. Alan didn't feel like he had to do it all anymore, that he could give time to them. Superman stands up, holding his hand, telling him, my name is Clark Kent. Jim shakes his hand, telling him that he didn't have to, but Superman tells him that he would like to think that Alan would have wanted them to know each other. Alan will wake up, and when he does, we'll have more time together, Jim. As Superman leaves, Batman asks, what did you learn? Superman says that he didn't go in there to interrogate him. So Batman tells him that he could have heard Jim's heartbeat. See his eyes. Was he nervous? Was he lying? Superman tells him no, and Hourman says that they are missing something then. Security footage shows Alan and Sandman talking here. Alan has accessed classified information. Superman asks what information did he access, and Superman tells him names, addresses of the entire Justice Society. Meanwhile, in the home of the amazing man Will Everett, Will hears his doorbell ring and hurries to answer. The postman holds out a clipboard telling him that he just needs a signature, and Will takes it, telling him sure. But that's when the postman's face twists into a leering smile as he reaches into the package, telling him, "Thank you, amazing man." Will asks what did he just call him, and the postman pulls out a gun, firing it. The bullet bounces off Will's brass forehead, and the postman asks, "How? Don't you have to? Oh, the doorknob." Will lunges, grabbing the postman, asking, "Who are you? Who sent you?" But the postman laughs, telling him, "Oh, I'm not going to make it that easy." And he turns the gun on himself. And at this time, over in the Joker's hideout, he yells out, "Damn it! I should have just grabbed one of their mines instead of resorting to a nobody off the street. But I want them to see it coming." Harley says, "Sure, but you can't have everything. It's like the old saying says, sometimes you just have to be content with being able to control the minds of our enemies." Joker pauses for a moment, turns to her, and then says, "That's it! I know what I'm missing!" As the Joker drags Harley up the stairs, she asks, what is he doing? And the Joker says, "I am finessing, finding the sweet spot of control and awareness. It'll be far funnier if the heroes know what they're doing while I make them do it. Appreciate the help, doll." Harley asks, what is he? And then the Joker whispers, "Jump." With no control over her actions, Harley jumps. Later, after bandaging herself up, Harley lays in bed, curled up in a frightened ball, as she rereads a note stating, "In case of a moment of clarity, break glass." Joker knocks on the door, telling her that it's not that bad. "Just open up the door. I could just make you do it if I want." As the Joker jiggles the handle of the locked door, he hears a crash, and he shouts, asking, "What was that? Harley!" But outside, gripping her bat, Harley is walking away in the rain. Later, at the Arkham Asylum, a woman wearing a large coat walks in, and the security guard asks if they can help them. Harley tips her hat as she leans against the counter, stating that she is here to see a patient. The guard looks up, asking what happened to her face, that he is too kind and too inept at his job. She holds out a bat, telling him that this can go one of two ways, and the guard leans back, stating that he'd prefer whichever option is the least painful. So a few moments later, in the holding cells, Poison Ivy hears one of the guards scream and a loud thunk. Before Ivy could even ask, Harley swings, shattering the glass cell, and Ivy asks if there was more to this plan or are they just kind of winging it. Harley opens up her coat with a bouquet of flowers, stating, "I always have a plan." And within seconds, Ivy is walking through the front gates as her vines rip the metal frame apart, and Harley smiles as she smells one of the roses. Ivy begins to ask where are they going, and then she sees the cut on the side of her face. Before she can ask where it came from, Harley says that they can go to her sister's. There is actually someone she'd like her to meet. Later, as the two look down into a crib, Harley says that this is Lucy. Ivy says that she isn't a huge fan of humans. Making them smaller does not make them any more endearing. She is sure that her niece is nice and all, but Harley reaches down and says that she's not. Lucy is her daughter. This might be a lot to ask, but can she look out for Lucy? Just, the usual things. Make sure she doesn't grow up too normal. Shower her with everything that she could ever want and punish anyone who hurts her. Ivy's face turns to a serious one, stating that she can do that. And Harley tells her that she has more lucid moments. And she's stuck on this path, and one day she's going to be standing next to Mr. J when things go wrong, and she'll be gone. Ivy storms out of the house, and a short while later, back at Joker's hideout, he hears the door suddenly slam open. Joker asks if it's Harley, and Ivy walks in telling him no. Joker quickly reaches for the amulet, but Ivy uses her vines to pick the Joker up and strangle him, telling him that this is his only warning. If he ever hurts Harley again, she will plant thorns that will grow slowly through all of his internal organs. Joker struggles, asking if she really thinks that she can threaten him. And Ivy leans in, telling him of course she can. He isn't special. He isn't exceptional. He is like every other pathetic troll, lashing out, hoping someone who's actually worth the damn will pay attention. He wants Batman to notice him, and Batman does. And not because he's worthy, not because Batman needs him. It's because Batman feels sorry for him. He is an object of pity. And what's worse, Harley feels the most pity for him. She looks at him and sees a sad, broken man who needs fixing. Joker coughs. Harley will still come crawling back. And Ivy says maybe, but every time that she leaves, she gets further away, and every time his gaslighting bullshit gets a little less effective. Harley is special. She managed to grow despite the rot surrounding her, and he knows it, and she'll realize it one day as well. Joker says that if she thinks that she's going to get away with this, the vines slam Joker's face into the wall, and Ivy shouts that he is not in control here. He will wake up tomorrow because she allowed it, and because Harley would never forgive her. He isn't powerful. He's nothing more than a freaking joke. The next morning, as Harley eats her breakfast, she hears a car honking outside as she sees Ivy sitting in it. Harley asks, she came back? And Ivy says, of course. Do you want to get out of here? Where do you want to go? Harley jumps into the car shouting, Vegas! And after 4 hours of driving, they decide that driving is probably the worst way to travel and decide to steal a plane. Once there, Harley sits at a slot machine putting money in, stating that this thing is taking her money. And the old woman says that that's what it does most of the time. She needs to get 4 of a kind. See here? She has 3 jokers. One more, and Harley narrows her gaze, telling the old woman that she's going to want to step back. She's got to take out some frustration. So a few moments later, she's looking at Ivy, telling her that she won all this money just by smashing open a machine and running faster than the security guards. Wait, what the hell is this? Ivy turns around in a dress, telling her that they don't have to stay in their paths. They can step off together. They can break the glass. They can beat each other's exit strategy. Dr. Harleen Quinzel, will you marry me? And Ivy opens up a flower with a ring inside as Harley jumps up shouting, oh, heck yes!
All right, guys, welcome. Today in staff meeting, we're talking about safety. It's important to me. But this summer, click it, don't rip.
The Joker sits at the end of his bed, stating, be quiet. No, it's not going to happen, because I don't want it to. Shut up! You're an inanimate object! Stop telling me what to do! The clown Gary asks if everything's okay. Who are you talking to, boss? The Joker says Harley, but Gary tells him that she isn't here. So the Joker holds up a costume stating, wear this! And Gary looks at it, telling him that he isn't so sure that he could pull this one off. The Joker turns his head, wear this! After Gary gets into Harley's old costume, he says that it's a bit snug. Joker laughs, stating, this is not working at all for me. You look utterly ridiculous, Gary. It's perfect. Now, I've been thinking of what to do next with this wonderful little toy. It's time that we had a little fun. The next morning, outside of the Justice Society headquarters, Jay Garrick sits on the steps and the Flash asks if he's okay. It's been 2 days since they left. Might be time to get some proper rest. Jay gets up asking, did you hear about the attack on Amazing Man? Someone's gunning for us. We all know too much. We can't leave Alan alone. Flash tells him that they won't. He'll cover things from here. Besides, Joan called. She's worried about you, Jay. Jay laughs, stating that he'll get home, but he'll be back. He's just gonna take a power nap. A few seconds later, Jay comes speeding into his home with Joan asking, how is Alan? Jay skids to a stop, stating that it's too early to tell, and Joan then asks, did you give my love to Jimmy? Jay hugs her, telling her yes, and gave him a pie too. But all of this, we need to leave Joan. And Joan tells him that she's already had their suitcases packed. Basement secure, exterior defenses are active. It's been a while since they had to disappear, but it's like riding a bike. You'll never forget how. Just then, there's an explosion down the street with Jay racing over to the burning building. As he goes inside, he heads towards the source of the voice, and then he sees Gary and pauses. He asks what's going on, and the Joker creeps out. He came! Oh, thank you! You're my hero! Did you hear me? Do you still know what you're doing? Frozen in place, Jay says yes, and Joker tells him, wonderful. Now we just need to. Big Gary stops him, stating that the guy is on fire. Joker looks at the flames crawling up Jay's leg, stating, Well, that's awkward. This fire wasn't supposed to get out of hand. As much fun as it would be to watch your skin melt, there are some other things I'd like you to do. A short while later, at Wildcat's gym, Wildcat is training a boxer, telling him to stop holding back. Show me what you got, Nick. Nick punches into the glove and Wildcat tells him, there it is. But as Jay runs in asking if they have a minute, Wildcat asks what they can do for him. Jay crawls in asking, what's so special about you? What does he see in you? What are you to Batman? As Jay lunges and grabs Wildcat by the neck, Nick runs to his bag, grabbing a gun, telling Jay to let him go. Wildcat says to just put the gun down and walk out of here. And that goes for everyone. He and the Flash need to have a private chat. Nick aims the gun, telling him, no, I ain't leaving. Jay turns, telling him, you are such a stupid child. Haven't you heard that the Flash can outrun a speeding bullet? As the gun goes off, the Joker snaps back to himself for a moment, stating, oh, whoops! Gary asks what happened. Did the old Flash die? And Joker says, no, I just sort of practiced running first. I kind of ran through the kid. Moments later, Superman asks where is he needed, and the Flash tells him that they aren't sure yet. All he knows is that the situation involves a metahuman and someone died. As the report comes over the radio, it mentions a situation at 600 at Common Paw. Unconfirmed reports that the Flash just murdered someone.
Build industry skills at Universal Technical Institute, where hands-on training.
Back over at the gym, Jay says, this is gross. I have bits of the kid in my teeth. Ha!
What?
Wildcat yells for everyone to get back, and Jay looks at him. Let them run. It'll be fun to chase. Wildcat says that he isn't running, and Jay tells him, right, you're a boxer. Well, let's box. Put up your dukes and... Wildcat delivers a punch, shaking Jay to the core, sending him to the ground. Jay laughs, telling him, nice one. If I could feel anything, I'd say you broke my nose. Way to permanently damage a friend. Wildcat walks up, stating, whatever's gotten into you, I'm gonna get it out. Jay stands up, fixing his jaw, telling him, nah, you're not. And Wildcat starts to swing, telling Jay that if he's in there, fight this. For a moment, Jay hesitates, telling him, you need to get away. You need to get away. Joker scoffs, telling him, ha, that's self-awareness. Give him an inch, and they take a mile. Time to take complete control over this puppet. Joker regains control, punching Wildcat, telling him, I don't know what Batman sees in you. Not that there's going to be much left after this. But before Jay could crush Wildcat's head, the Flash grabs his arm and Jay asks, where did you come from? Flash shouts, asking, what is he doing? Who are you? And Jay pulls the knife, telling him, I'm not giving up that easily. Jay slams the knife into the Joker's leg, telling him, tag, you're it. As Jay runs off, Flash grabs the wound, asking Wildcat if he's okay. Wildcat wheezes, telling him to go get Jay, so the Flash runs after, calling out for Superman. Superman tells him, don't worry, I'm coming up on Jay now. He is... oh God. From up in the sky, Superman sees Jay running through the streets, slitting the throats of everyone he comes across. Superman focuses his heat vision, cutting Jay off, allowing the Flash to catch up, and Jay asks if the Flash is running with a pierced artery. Are you speed hobbling? That should be an Olympic sport. As Jay takes off again, Flash calls for him to stop, but Jay asks him, you want me to stop? Okay, I'll stop. As Jay runs straight into a brick wall, causing a massive explosion. Superman and Flash stop, but Flash walks up asking, Jay! Flash picks up his helmet, stating that he wasn't fast enough. Later, Jones sits up, stating that she packed for both of them, and Flash says that he's sorry. But Jones smiles, telling him that he needs to listen carefully. This is not on him. Jay has the same problem, the same idea that he was to blame every time that he wasn't fast enough. If he was there, he'd remind you that you can't save everyone. Flash asks if she's trying to look after him, and Jones says that she can do what she pleases. Jay thought of him like a son. He thought the world of him. She appreciates him being here to offer comfort. But what she truly needs for him to do is find whoever took Jay from her. Flash tells her that he will, and he'll have help. So a few seconds later in the Batcave, the Flash comes to a screeching halt with Alfred asking if he could please come to a stop with a bit more consideration, Master Allen. You left burnt rubber on the floor again. Flash apologizes as he speed cleans the marks, and Batman says that he knows why they are here, and he's already on the trail of Jay's killer. Flash asks if he's sure that he was killed, and Batman says, "I'm certain of it. 3 days ago, a man named Andre Chivard was broken out of Blackgate by the Joker. An inmate says that Chivard promised power in exchange for his escape. Whatever power he promised, it would seem that the Joker now has it. Through careful questioning of his associates, we were able to track the Joker's movements. He recently hired Black Manta. The trail led to the bottom of the sea in a hole where once there was, well, something. The Joker is somehow controlling Jay, and we believe that he was also controlling Alan Scott and the delivery man who tried to shoot Amazing Man." Later, at the Justice Society headquarters, Batman calls a meeting going over his findings, stating that given that the Justice Society came in contact with Andre Chivard during World War II, do they have any idea how the Joker is doing this? Liberty Bell says that that's impossible. They destroyed it after the war, and Dr. Midnight says no. "Libby, we didn't. Even together, the Green Lantern and Spectre couldn't break it." Wonder Woman asks why they would lie about something like that, and Midnight says that they needed people to believe that it didn't exist to guarantee no one would go looking for it. Wonder Woman scoffs. "Well, they found it." Batman asks, what did they find? What was buried in the Mariana Trench? She goes on telling him, "It was an amulet. It allows the user to take over the mind of anyone that they are near." Batman stands back up. "Clearly the Joker decided to target the Justice Society with this." An Amazing Man asks why would he even do that. Flash says because he wants to hurt them. He knows that the Justice Society are their heroes. Superman then says, "We need to get the Justice Society to safety." And Our Man tells everyone that they do not need anyone protecting them. They can fight their own fight. He is just one man. Batman says, "The Joker is not just a man. He's something else. You should never underestimate him. There's nowhere on Earth that he can't reach." Wonder Woman asks, "So what? We need to be off Earth?"
Performing on the biggest stage in the world was just one step in my journey. Hi, I'm Ron.
And Batman says, "Bring everyone in, but no one moves by themselves." Later, Dinah Drake opens her door stating, "Hello, Oliver." And Green Arrow says hi. Dinah asks, are they going to make sure that she does as she's told? Green Arrow says no, but Batman insisted that they travel in pairs. He promises that he didn't want to be anywhere near the two of them for this bit. Dinah laughs, stating that he is so sensible. And Black Canary says, "Look, Mom," but Dinah stops, stating that she's not running away. Black Canary says that they're not suggesting that. They're just getting her out of immediate danger, all of them. They're headed to the Watchtower. Dinah says fine, but she's going to bring the cat. Green Arrow asks if she's bringing their cat to space, and Dinah says, "Do you know when we'll be back? If not, then yes, I will bring the cat to space." But as Dinah heads into the room to get Mr. Mittens, Joker holds the cat up, stating, "This worked better than I'd ever hoped for. I can see right in there. I can see what she's thinking, and oh, Dinah Drake, what an unseemly and violent thought." A short while later, up in the Watchtower, Green Arrow, Black Canary, and Dinah all teleport in with Hawkgirl welcoming them, stating that she had no idea that Mr. Mittens was joining them today. Dr. Fate flies in, but as she does, she notices that there is someone else inside of Dinah's mind. Dinah sighs, stating that it would seem that they are moving the schedule forward, Mr. Mittens. And as Black Canary asks what does she mean, Dinah screams, sending a shockwave, shattering all of the protective glass, sucking everyone not rooted out into the void. Down on Earth, Superman enters his Metropolis apartment and says that he overheard the meeting. Sorry that he's not with her. Lois tells him that it's okay. She heard what happened to Jay. Is he all right? Superman says, yeah. It's hard enough knowing that he'd be leaving her if something goes wrong, but he doesn't know if she can look after a child and the world at the same time. Lois says that they already have a good life. She's content. He's enough. More than. And Superman laughs, telling her, that's not what I meant. What I'm saying is, I might have to take some time off. Just as Lois asks, really? Batman yells over the communicator, stating that they have been attacked. The Watchtower's damaged. Fate managed to protect some of them, but there are people in space. I'm going after them. Batman then leaves Fate's barrier with a protective mask, gathering those floating in space as Superman reaches out, stating that he is here. Superman heads for the barrier, and Hawkgirl yells, wait, they can't let Dinah in. And Black Canary states, please, for them to be careful. Her mom isn't herself. Fate says that that is incorrect. Dinah is herself now. The Joker has left her mind. And Dinah begins to cry, stating that he could see in her head. He knows so much of what she knows. And down on Earth, Joker kicks inside of his van, stating, damn it! Yes, I know they're going to be coming for me. I'm not an idiot, right? How? Huh? As Joker is talking to the amulet, Gary asks what is he doing, and the amulet says, and Joker says, "You were not supposed to hear that. Oh well, Gary, step into traffic." As Gary gets out into the freeway, right in front of a speeding semi, Joker sits in the van stating, "Fine, I'll find you. Where are you? Seriously? That is a long way away." Later, as the heroes all return to the Hall of Justice, Green Arrow says that this place has a lot of perks over the Watchtower. His favorite being that you can open a window and not get sucked out into the cold vacuum of space. Starman says that they cannot just sit and wait for the Joker's next attack. When it comes to corrupt madmen full of power, action is required. It's something that they used to be good at. But the next day, while everyone goes out on the hunt, Joker is sipping his drink under an umbrella in the hot Egypt sun when he hears a thunk. Joker stands up asking, "Did you hear a thunk? Perfect. That's the sound we were looking for. You can rest now." As the digger falls face first in the ground, Joker says that he should rest, not drop dead. Our basic instructions so hard. Joker looks down into the hole asking if this is where they live, and the helmet tells him that this is not where they live. It is how they communicate, and through this object through which they can gift their powers to him. Joker picks up the helmet, dusting it off, stating, "That's a little extreme. Kind of like you're trying too hard, you know. Not the first ancient evil to need a makeover." As Joker draws on the helmet, it shouts asking, "What are you doing? This helmet is older than the stars." But Joker tells it, "Shut up! You are the Lords of Chaos. You can deal with a little defacing." After he's done drawing a smile on the helmet, the Joker says, "Okay." Before he fully commits to this, what level of chaos are we talking about? Pets talking and revealing their owner's personal information, people walking around with their insides out, both, by the way, are not deal breakers. The helmet says that the chaos will be his to determine. He will be their champion. His enemies shall tremble. And the Joker begins to laugh. Okay, I'm in. Once the helmet is set, the Joker is struck with uncontrollable power as he flies off, stating, "This is going to be fun!" The Lords of Chaos ask what is their first objective, and the Joker says that destroying Batman's heroes sounds really like a great time right now. Now they can do it with a little more style, and all they need to do is find them. The Joker says that they know where the Lords of Order are. Order has always been the enemy of chaos. And back at the Hall of Justice, Fate senses the newfound power, stating that something is coming. Batman asks what is it, and Fate tells him that it's chaos. And up above in the sky, the Joker floats down, stating, "Knock, knock!" And he blows up the Hall of Justice. As the smoldering wreckage of what was once the Hall of Justice is pushed to the side, Batman stands up, calling out that they have a priority one. The Hall of Justice is under attack. "He's here! The Joker is here!" Joker floats above the fire, stating that he should have gotten an ancient chaotic power ages ago. This is a hoot! As the onlookers start to gather, Joker flies down asking if anyone here is a reporter, and one person says yes. So the Joker yells out, "Great! Make sure that you're broadcasting this to everyone. It's going to be one hell of an exclusive. The fall of the gods." At that exact moment, Alan Scott awakens from his coma, seeing the news and the reports of the Joker's attack on the League. He begins to pull off the tubes that he's hooked up to, and Jimmy tells him to lie back down. He almost died, but Alan rises to his feet. "No, I have to go." And Jimmy tells him, "But I just got you back." Alan changes into his costume, and Jimmy tells him, "Please, just please come back. Promise me that." Alan kisses him, telling him, "I promise." Back at the Hall of Justice, Superman calls out to the Joker, and the Joker asks, "Are you really going to waste your time up here? I'm pretty sure everyone down there is dying."
Game of Thrones King's Road is now available for both PC and mobile with Google Play Games.
Superman clenches his fist and flies back down to help the debris off of the trapped people, asking everyone if they're okay. Starman stands up, telling him, "No, I'm angry." And Liberty Bell says that she's with Starman. Let's kick his associates. Starman leads the charge forward, calling out to the Joker, with the Joker asking, "Oh, is this the final standoff? How exciting!" Starman lunges, telling him, "You're about to find out how exciting it can be with my fist in your..." But suddenly the Joker releases a blast of energy and Starman disappears. Everyone else starts to run around asking where did he just go, but just then the Justice Society members all disappear. Batman stops asking, Where did they go?" And Joker says, "I have no idea! Chaos and all! Ha! Just then, Wonder Woman rockets in, punching Joker into the ground, but as she follows up with a second punch, the Joker catches her fist, throwing her to the side. But before he can finish her off, something hits him in the back of the head. As he looks back, he sees, asking, "What the hell is this? A boxing glove arrow?" Oh, actually, that makes sense for when you want to punch someone who's really far away. That's actually very practical. With Joker distracted, Batman jumps in, kicking him, telling Superman to go for the helmet. But as Batman and Black Canary hold the Joker, Superman tries to pull the helmet off, but the Joker screams in pain, shouting that he needs his head. Superman quickly lets go, stating, "I didn't mean to." But Joker spins back, using the amulet on him, stating, "Oh, you're so caring, so trusting, so stupid. You have no idea how much power I'm connected to. It's all so tingly." As Joker grabs Batman by the head, he tells him that he could crush him like a bug, but he has something far more fun in mind. He was just simply saving the best for last. Superman groans as he stands back up, and Green Arrow says, oh crap! Joker continues telling them, "Yes, I have Superman's mind, and ew, he's just as earnest on the inside. I'm going to make sure that Superman feels all of this. Superman, kill everyone here, slowly. Turn them to mush and leave Batman for last. I want him to watch." Amazing Man begins to get back up, ticking some of the broken stone, calling out to the Joker, but Joker asks, "Really? You're turning yourself into concrete? What a terrible idea." Joker turns back, blasting away, shattering Amazing Man's right arm, and then tells Superman to turn this guy to dust. But before Superman can even move, a voice calls out for him to stop, and a green barrier forms around him. As Joker looks back, he sees Alan Scott, asking, "Didn't I accidentally drop you out of the sky? Shouldn't you be dead?" And Alan flies down, telling Superman that he is better than this. He is better than this pathetic maniac. Joker looks at him, "Rude!" And Batman follows up, telling him, "Alan's right. I've seen you move a moon, fly into the heart of a star. These old gods and their psychotic powers are nothing. You're the best of us. Fight it, Superman." Well, it's a little sweet if I'm being honest. Time for some extreme violence. Within the barrier, Superman groans as Superman asks, "What are you groaning about? I'm in your head. You belong to me. Now do as I say. Mess them up." Superman screams as he breaks the confinements, with Joker cheering him on, but Superman looks back, telling him, "No." Joker steps back. "Wait, what is happening? What is this?" The Lords of Chaos tell Joker that they have never seen anything like this before. Superman is fighting them. He is incorruptible. Joker yells, "That's impossible!" And Batman laughs. "Ha ha ha, that's not impossible. Superman is just better than any of us can possibly understand." Just then, a red flash streaks across the battlefield as Superman holds the amulet, and Batman points, telling him, "He's Superman." And as Superman looks down at the red jewel, he crushes it with one hand. The release of the Lords of Chaos amulet sends a shockwave out, throwing Joker back violently and into a wall. Wonder Woman starts to walk up, stating that she will end him. No more protecting this monster. But Batman stands in her way, telling her, "I'm not protecting him." "I'm protecting you. I'm protecting the Justice League. The world is watching. We do not kill Diana." Wonder Woman tells him that if they let him live, he will be responsible for everyone that he hurts after this. Everyone, Bruce. Superman arrives. Batman is right. We have to be stronger than this. We have to be better than this. Black Canary says that they don't have to be that much better, and then stomps on the Joker's face. But during the broadcast of the fight, Harley is watching and immediately gets up, stating that she needs to go help Puddin'. And Ivy tells her no, she doesn't. Harley says that he's really hurt, and Ivy says that he's always really hurt. Harley hesitates. "You could stop me." And Ivy says that she said before that that will never happen. One day she'll see through the Joker's crap, and she'll realize that he's just a toxic, attention-seeking edgelord, and that she will walk out on him for the last time. And when that happens, Ivy will be here. So the next day at the Gotham hospital, the Joker groans, telling the nurse that his teeth are too loud. And Harley turns to him, stating that that sounds like a problem, and the Joker asks if it's really her. She came. He's so happy to see her. The only thing preventing him from smiling is his severely broken face, and he is so sorry for what happened. There was an ancient evil in his head. He wasn't in control. She knows that he would never hurt her like that. So he wanted to thank her for being here in his time of need. He's one lucky clown. Harley insists on asking if he's okay, and Joker says honestly he's been better. Punctured organs, broken bones, even Batman has never broken before. But he has something to look forward to now. Harley says that it's nice to hear, but the Joker stops her, stating, "What? Oh, I didn't mean you. Batman thinks that Superman's incorruptible. Incorruptible! Let's put that to the test. I saw something while in Superman's head." Harley asks what did he see, and the Joker tells her, Lois. A few days later, at Superman's Fortress of Solitude, Jimmy sits with Lois asking, does he hover when he's distracted too? And Lois yells yes, it's so annoying. Jimmy laughs, telling him, "Ha! Alan complains about me biting my nails, but as far as bad habits go." And Lois says at least he has the common decency to obey the laws of gravity. But as the two laugh about the relationships, Alan and Superman return, and Alan says that it's time. The Spectre is ready. Once the remaining heroes gather, Spectre asks if everyone's ready. Alan takes Jimmy's hand, stating that they are. Let's go explore the infinite multiverses and find where the Joker sent our friends. Batman tells Jimmy that he can stay here. He will be looked after. Jimmy says that he appreciates it, but he just got Alan back and he's not going to let him run off through other dimensions without him. As the others begin to walk through the portal, Alan tells Batman and Superman that there is no pressure, but look after the world while we're gone. And as Lois leans into Superman, Superman tells him, don't worry, we will. We'll make sure that nothing goes wrong with this world, Alan. Our story begins on a rooftop, no different than any other. But on this rooftop, Batman and Superman, two of the greatest friends in superhero history, are sitting. Superman looks at Batman and tells him, we want you to be the Godfather. Bruce looks surprised, and Clark smiles. Hey look, the world's greatest detective is surprised. And Bruce smiles. You see, in this universe, Superman is married to Lois Lane. Gotham is relatively calm, and the superheroes are revered among the people. They are the heroes of this world, and no one questions that. This is a perfect world that the Joker is about to ruin as he shoots and kills Jimmy Olsen and kidnaps Lois Lane. Things ramp up quickly because Superman can't find her, and panicked, he grabs Batman by the shoulders. Please, help me find her. So Batman calls up the entire Justice League. This is an all-points bulletin. We need everyone to look for Lois Lane. The Flash arrives instantly in Metropolis, and Batman has him run throughout the entire city looking. While he doesn't find Lois, he finds something that Batman needs to see. He carries Batman to Star Labs, where they find the Scarecrow dead from Joker's toxin. Wonder Woman then calls up Batman to let him know that they got a lead. The Joker is apparently in a submarine beneath Metropolis, and that's why no one can find him. So Superman flies over the bay and he finds the submarine, and he tears it open with his bare hands. Inside, he finds Lois being operated on by the Joker and Harley Quinn. But before Superman can stop them, the Joker hits him with fear toxin. And when he looks up, he sees Doomsday. He has no idea what's going on, but he doesn't have any time to fight with Doomsday, so he grabs him and he rockets top speed straight up into the atmosphere while the Joker is watching. Both the Joker and Harley Quinn jump out of the submarine and they begin to leave, with Harley saying goodbye to the first submarine that she's ever owned and named. Goodbye, Gunter! Gunter is a terrible name for a submarine, Hal tells them as he arrives. What did you do, Joker? Batman demands to know. Simple, I put a warhead in Metropolis, and I wired the detonator to Miss Lane's heartbeat. Once it stops, the bomb will go boom! Why would her heart stop? Batman then thinks about it, and he puts it together. The fear toxin was mixed in with kryptonite so that it could get into Superman's bloodstream. Superman, stop what you're doing! Whatever you are seeing is not real! Joker leans in. Did you know that she was pregnant, Bats? It's Lois, Superman! The gas finally begins to wear off, and Superman realizes exactly what he's done, and he looks in horror. With tears welling up in his eyes at Lois drifting off into space. But with her death also comes the detonation of a nuclear warhead in Metropolis. The Justice League goes into crisis mode, saving as many people as they can from the fallout, while Batman brings the Joker to the police station. Superman is locked in grief though as he holds Lois, He can't believe what he's been forced to do. He hands the body of Lois to Wonder Woman. Can you hold them for me? Keep them safe. I'll be back. He then takes off at top speed, with Wonder Woman questioning, where's he going? In flight, the Green Lantern gets in his path. Superman! Where is he? The Joker! Where did Batman take him? Batman took him to Gotham Prison, as Superman continues on. At Gotham Prison, Batman is trying to interrogate the Joker, when suddenly the wall is torn out, and Superman walks in, throwing the table to the side, and then he puts his hand through Joker's chest! Superman retreated to the Fortress of Solitude following the events where he tried to grieve to the best of his ability. But he can't do it. All around him the news is telling him about the disasters happening in the world. No more, he says to himself, and he takes off. There's a war happening in the Middle East that he doesn't think needs to happen any longer, and after getting in the way of the incoming rockets, he tells the people he's gonna stop this. He walks right into the presidential palace and he grabs the president by his shirt, and then he carries him down to the people that he has been killing, and he strips him down to his underwear. Wonder Woman lands and sees what he's doing. There are cameras here, Superman. I know, and I have something to say. Don't do it here, looking like this, she tells him, implying his tired and rough look. Let me call a press conference for you. And it happens at the United Nations. With Wonder Woman behind him, Superman tells the world, my name is Clark Kent, and I was a reporter for the Daily Planet. And I am tired of all of these hostilities and all of this fighting. I don't care about your land or your beliefs, and I don't care if you're a madman or a terrorist, a king or a president. You have no right to take innocent lives. I am calling a worldwide ceasefire, and if you don't, I will stop you. It's over. Things ramp up quickly once again, with people challenging Superman and him blowing up their missiles and preventing anything. So the US government decides to make its largest mistake that they have ever made, and they kidnap Clark Kent's parents, and they have Mirror Master throw them into the mirror world. Superman arrives to a burning house that was once his childhood home, and he gets a warning from Mirror Master. Stop what you're doing, or we will kill your parents. I have them in a place that not even you can get to. Now go back to fighting giant space robots or something. Most of the Justice League goes to the Watchtower to discuss these events, and Wonder Woman tells them, we've all been affected by last week's tragedy, but Superman is trying to make the entire world a better place. But someone in this world is trying to tell us what our place is by kidnapping Superman's parents. I am Princess Diana, and I know my place. Will you stand with us? The Justice League thinks about it, and Cyborg steps forward. Superman has saved this world 10 times over. I'll stand with you. So they all move fast, teleporting around the Earth, searching for Superman's parents, and it doesn't take long to find Mirror Master himself and get him to talk. While they're all assisting Superman, Batman figures out who is behind this entire plot, and he breaks into the White House to have a chat with the president. Your plan failed, Mr. President, and it failed in a way that will strengthen them. It will unite them all behind him. And the president looks at Batman. You said them, not us. Things once again ramp up as the Justice League travels around the world trying to stop all war, everywhere that they can. And eventually, Superman realizes that Batman isn't helping him, so he decides to pay a visit to the Batcave. Once he arrives, Damian takes time to thank Superman for getting rid of the Joker, and Nightwing asks if he's okay. But Superman smiles, and he walks to the Batcomputer. My parents were taken, Bruce. Where were you? I was doing what needed to be done. My parents, you of all people! You have to stop what you're doing. I have to stop? Stop saving lives? Stop bringing dictators to justice? You're scaring them. And Superman rips Batman's mask off of his face. Good! They should be scared. Too scared to press the button. Too scared to pull the trigger. You taught me that. You would do the exact same thing if you were me. You killed a man, Clark. Every time that you let that madman live, how many more people did you condemn? Did you even feel guilty? Every time. But we don't get to choose who dies. One death to save millions. Meanwhile, the Justice League is getting started in a war against Atlantis. It started as a disagreement between Wonder Woman and Aquaman, but it doesn't matter now as people are fighting. Back in the Batcave though, their argument is heating up. Why did you let him do this to me, Bruce? You can't possibly understand what he took. He stole the life that Lois and I would have had together. I would have loved that child more than anything. I already did. And look at you, sitting in the dark ignoring Damian and Dick. How many friends did they have in Metropolis? Have you even consoled them? Held them? What's your excuse for not being a father? But Batman has had enough, and he throws a punch at Superman, completely unfazing him. At that moment, the alarms in the Batcave begin to go off as the battle with Atlantis starts raging on, and Superman turns to Batman. Bruce, come with me. And they look at each other, and Bruce lowers his head. I can't, Clark. I'm sorry. Meanwhile, off in the middle of the ocean, Aquaman has called upon his ultimate weapon, the Kraken, to battle against the Justice League. But Superman arrives, injuring the Kraken and grabbing Aquaman by the throat. Stop this now. I called for a ceasefire. Even your voice doesn't reach down into the deep, Superman. The sea is mine alone to command. Around the world, the Atlanteans begin to rise from the oceans to invade various parts of it. Consider this a show of strength, Superman. Now get the hell out of my ocean. But Superman isn't listening to this ultimatum, and he takes all of the strongest in the Justice League and they fly underneath Atlantis so that they can tear it out of the ground. They lift the entire city out of the ocean and they carry it to the Sahara Desert. Aquaman decides that he can't fight against Superman, and he submits. And as he retreats back into the ocean, he relays a message through Wonder Woman. I've ruled peacefully for years. When Superman is ready for my advice, tell him I am here for him. And Diana, I'm sorry about Lois. But Wonder Woman doesn't relay that message. Superman's reign continues to grow, and after putting down a superpowered individual that thought he could stand up to Superman, upsetting the Flash and making the Flash rethink this entire course of actions, and then preventing Two-Face from killing a news reporter, Superman has made his next decision. Live on the air, he informs the world that the twisted individuals of Gotham City deserve nothing. The people of Gotham deserve to know that those deranged individuals can never threaten them again. My God, they're gonna go after Arkham, Nightwing exclaims as he runs to the Batmobile with Batman. But Damian stands there. So what? Have you even considered for a second that maybe you are wrong? And on that note, Nightwing and Batman leave Damian there because there isn't any time to waste. As Superman and the Justice League arrive at Arkham, there stands Batman and Nightwing ready to stop them. But the shocker is that Damian is now standing with Superman in his side. What are you doing, Robin? Nightwing asks him. What am I doing? I'm bringing criminals to justice. I'm standing with Superman and Cyborg and Wonder Woman, and you're standing with Killer Croc. The Justice League begins to open the doors to the cells, and the Flash shows up, picking up the criminals and carrying them away instantly. So Batman activates a virus in Cyborg, forcing him to the ground in pain. The Justice League looks at Batman. What did you do? What the hell is wrong with you? Okay, that's enough, Nightwing says as he turns off Batman's gadget. Everyone just calm down. We don't want to look bad in front of the psychopaths. But that's when things get worse, because right at that moment, Green Arrow was dropping off Harley Quinn, and then he left her with one of the random guards there. Well, that didn't go well as she's now opening up every cell door. All hell begins to break loose as villains go free, and Grundy breaks up from the floor below, grabbing Robin by the head and then carrying him off into the basement. Superman dives into the basement and begins to dismantle the undead monster that is Grundy, while Nightwing works his hardest to get Robin out of the monster's grip. Batman then leaps down with them and onto Grundy, at that point blowing up Grundy's head. Superman looks at Batman. Good job. They all get back up to the top floor in the main fight, and Robin loses control. I'm sick of all of you! Why do you think you deserve help after all you've done, he yells, as he clubs Riddler across the jaw. Robin, that's enough, Nightwing yells. Stop telling me what to do, Damian says as he throws his baton at Nightwing. It was just a child's rage and nothing more. He's done it so many times to Nightwing before and he's caught it. But this one time, Nightwing wasn't ready for it and it hit him in the head, throwing him off his balance. Nightwing fell over and he landed on a rock, cracking his neck. Just like that, it was over. Damian looked at the man that he treated as his brother, and he realized what had happened. Batman came out of the hole in the ground and he was with Superman, and he looks over to see Nightwing on the ground. I'm sorry, Damian tries to say through tears, but Bruce couldn't hear it. What did you do? He screams as he puts his hands on his head in shock and disbelief. I didn't mean to, Damian tried to say, but Bruce pushed him away. Get off of him! Everyone in Arkham stopped their fighting as Bruce picked up Nightwing, and he carried him out of the building. This is only the beginning though, because so many more heroes and villains will perish in this conflict. Batman grieved, and then he enacted his own plan, to build a group of superheroes that are willing to stand against Superman. He would build his own fighting force, his own team, to stop his former friend. This story takes place during the events of Issue 1, Year 1. Superboy was flying through Metropolis with Gar, Beast Boy, in his arms, as they were off to get the Titans some meatball subs from the best place ever. Kid Flash is running ahead of them, trying to beat them to the spot, but both Superboy and Gar decided that they would beat him. Superboy drops Gar, and Gar changes into a bird while Superboy hits top speed. But that's when they see it. The nuclear explosion set off by the Joker. Kid Flash is running so fast that he was taken out right away without even any time to react. And seeing that explosion coming, Superboy tried to grab Gar. He tried to save his friend. He really did. He tried to shield him from the blast. But in the aftermath, we saw Superboy on his knees holding Gar in his arms. The rest of the Titans saw the news, and Starfire crashed through the windows, getting to Metropolis at top speed, where she and the rest of the Titans saw the aftermath. Superboy holding their dear friend, and he explained that Bart was taken by the blast. They all went back to the Titans Tower, where they sat around listening to the news until Dick Grayson returned. He had recently left the Titans, and he left Red Robin in charge, so he returned to tell his old friends what had happened. He explained that the Joker set off the bomb, and then Superman killed the Joker. This news sent tears down Superboy's face, as the hero that he was aspiring to be had just crossed the line, and Superboy left. Starfire then asked Dick Grayson to return as the leader of the Titans, but he explained that he was needed at Batman's side for this, and he'll keep her posted. Then he simply asked her to keep the Titans out of anything that Superman was going to do. Superboy went to the Fortress of Solitude, where Superman was grieving, and he asked him why he did it. He understands grief. He lost his own family in Bart and Gar, but why did Superman have to kill over it? He asks, how could he wear the S on his chest if Superman was willing to kill, and he leaves Superman there? Then at the funeral, Superman announced that there would be a worldwide ceasefire, and things started down the path that would show up for the rest of the Injustice series while Superboy watched on. Then at dinner that night, Monpa Kent told Superboy that he would need to learn how to forgive Clark. Clark isn't perfect, and Superboy told them that he couldn't as he flew off into the night. The Titans saw his grief, and they knew that he would do something that he would regret, so they sent Wonder Girl after him. She found him in the Fortress of Solitude, digging around Superman's things, and even though she told them that they should go, it was too late. Superman had arrived. Superman returned holding the Phantom Zone projector, which makes a portal to the Phantom Zone, asking Superboy if this is what he was looking for. He knew that Connor was going to try and send him into the Phantom Zone to try and stop all of this. So Superboy launched straight away, shoving Superman into a wall as he tried to wind up to punch him, but Superman easily slapped him away. Then with a single breath, he threw Wonder Girl aside, only to have Starfire burn him on his back. Everyone jumped into battle against the Man of Steel, but regardless of their efforts, Superman outmatched them at every turn. Tim ran over to try and move the Phantom Zone portal generator, but once he realized that he couldn't move it, Superman asked him, what's the plan here? Batman always has a plan. But while he was talking to Tim, Superboy jumped up from behind, so Superman turned around, cracking Superboy's sternum. Superboy hit the ground, spitting up blood, and Superman informed the Titans that Superboy was going to die. His sternum was cracked, and a rib had punctured his heart. The only way that they could save him was if they brought him to the Phantom Zone, because if he went there, he would no longer be tied to his physical body. But Superman would only allow them to do that if all of the Titans went. He didn't want to hurt them, and he didn't want them messing up his plans. Once he's done with everything, he'll free them. Without any other option in front of them, the Titans had to take the offer, and they entered the Phantom Zone, where they were locked away until Superman wins.
Game of Thrones King's Road is now available on both PC and mobile with Google Play Games. Explore the Game of Thrones universe on a larger PC screen.
Crazy. This is really good though.
I'm alive. Those two words came across the radio, heard by the world. The Justice League got the message, and they take off to the remnants of Metropolis, destroyed by a twisted and deranged madman. After digging around the rubble, Superman and the Justice League find a hidden bunker in which Lex Luthor has survived the blast, one of Superman's friends in this world. They take off for the Watchtower, and they explain to Lex what has happened and why he needed to hide in that bunker. The Joker has set off a nuclear weapon in Metropolis and murdered Lois Lane, Superman's only connection to his humanity. He has gone on a rampage with the Justice League since then, wanting to ensure that no one would ever be harmed in the world again. But has he gone too far? Batman thinks so, as he is now taking a stand against Superman following the death of Nightwing at the hands of Damian Wayne, and a mistake that will haunt the Bat family forever. Superman's Superman's mission presses forward with battles all over, but certain ones cause the Justice League members to question if what they are doing is the right thing. Like when Black Adam was just defending his country. Superman, Wonder Woman, and Shazam subdued him and forced him to say the magical words granting him his powers. This forced him to turn back into a mortal man, something that he hasn't been in centuries, and he ages rapidly. And the change had a chance to kill him. So Shazam didn't think that it would be best for them to do it for fear that the rapid aging would kill the elderly man. Superman and Wonder Woman didn't care, and they forced him to change back and age. They then kept him from saying the magical words of power once again. He didn't die, but Shazam does wonder, is it right to possibly kill someone for your goal? But Shazam's just a child, isn't he? What does he know about what's right? Another time, Wonder Woman takes to a war-torn country where the women are tortured. That's right. Be bad man. Him to say the magical word in his country. Superman, Wonder Woman, and Shazam subdued him and forced him to say the magical words granting him his is the wells all over that will haunt the Bat family forever. Superman's mission presses forward with battles all over, but certain ones cause the Justice League members to question if what they are doing is the right thing. Like when Black Adam was just defending his country. Superman, Wonder Woman, and Shazam subdued him and forced him to say the magical words granting him his powers. This forced him to turn back into a mortal man, something that he hasn't been in centuries, and he ages rapidly. And the change had a chance to kill him. So Shazam didn't think that it would be best for them to do it for fear that the rapid aging would kill the elderly man. Superman and Wonder Woman didn't care, and they forced him to change back and age. They then kept him from saying the magical words of power once again. He didn't die, but Shazam does wonder, is it right to possibly kill someone for your goal? But Shazam's just a child, isn't he? What does he know about what's right? Another time, Wonder Woman takes to a war-torn country where the women are tortured by an evil ruler. She arrives, lassos up the ruler, and kills him right there in front of everyone. She then turns to the soldiers and takes their rifles and hands them to the women to protect themselves. But is it right to put the rifles in the hands of those that were tortured for so long? Wonder Woman thinks she knows the answer. Batman comes up with a plan to check on Superman's actions, and he has his team kidnap Hawkgirl so that he can replace her with a sleeper agent. The situation is about to get much worse though, as across the galaxy other individuals can see the changing of the tides with Superman and the Justice League. Kalibek, one of Darkseid's followers, reports that Superman appears to have gone soft because he's calling an end to all of the fighting. So Darkseid sends his troops with Kalibek at the helm. If the Kryptonian has softened, then that is his mistake. Superman decides to hold a press conference based upon what Lex is telling him, that he needs to tell the world what he is doing, because they only see Superman flying in and stopping warlords and thugs, and they are afraid. They don't know what his plans are. So Superman puts on a suit, and he stands in front of the world to let them know. He just wants the world to be safe. When suddenly, boom! A boom tube opens up onto the world, and out steps Kalibek and his army, the Parademons. They blast Superman, and he lands right in front of Kalibek. "What's wrong, Superman? Defeated so easily?" Kalibek chuckles to himself. And then he realizes his mistake as Superman gets up. His eyes say it all. There is no truth. There is no justice. There is no mercy. And he hits Kalibek so hard that he launches him into the atmosphere. The Justice League begins to get reports from all over the planet as the Parademons are boom-tubing into the heavily populated cities of the world, and they move quickly to try and save as many as they can. Even Batman and his people come together to battle against the demons assaulting Gotham. Their little battle against each other needs to be placed on hold for the sake of the world. Kalibek gets picked up by Superman and thrown into the ground, where he lands on him, and he threatens for him to call off the attack. But Kalibek sees his chance. "You really haven't changed, have you, Superman?" And he calls in more Parademons. Superman finds himself being buried underneath the weight of the Parademons, and he pushes out everything that he has to roast them all with his heat vision. He then walks towards Kalibek. "Stand up and face me." Kalibek sees the hate in Superman's eyes, and he tells him, "I yield. You win, Kryptonian." But Superman won't have that, and he shouts, "You don't get to yield. Fight me!" as he slams Kalibek into the ground. Daddy isn't going to save you this time, Calabac, Superman tells him as he cracks him across the face again, and then he buries him head first into the ground. Elsewhere, the Flash is running as fast as he can to save as many people, but Superman arrives in front of him at light speed. I need to ask you something, Barry. Can't this wait, Superman? I'm trying to save everyone I can. No, this can't wait, Flash. You're the only one that I can talk to about this fast enough for it to matter. Do you see any other way for me to save as many lives as I can without killing all of the parademons in the sky? If you're asking for my permission to kill, I won't give it to you. But do you see any other way to save everyone? No. So Superman takes to space, and he realizes that what he's about to do, the line that he's about to cross, it doesn't matter anymore. It doesn't matter that these are parademons. He's about to take thousands of lives. And with that, he goes back to Earth at rocketing speeds and kills every parademon in the sky. As he lands on the stage where he planned to give his speech, with particles of destroyed beings in the sky, the world cheers for their savior, Superman. And Batman realizes that what Superman had to do, he realizes that there is no coming back from this. Superman has Lex Luthor begin development of a pill that will grant all of his allies his strength, while Batman tries to get his allies to agree with him and be on his side by revealing his identity after Huntress reveals it by mistake. Both sides meet on the battlefield, yet neither wants to fight because they were friends. They both want the same thing, don't they? Superman calls on Flash to have a friendly game of chess with him while he asks him a few questions. He needs his opinions, and the Flash can think very fast. So Superman begins to play the game, and he starts with his opening statement. I want to get rid of all of the guns. Checkmate. If you start with guns, then what? Smoking? Outlaw cigarettes? They kill far more than guns do, Superman. Checkmate. Then we can imprison everyone who speeds in a car. Checkmate. Then we can lock up everyone who leaves a dangerous dog unchained. Checkmate. Then we can kill everyone who doesn't recycle. Checkmate. But while Superman is thinking of the things that the Flash is saying, Ma and Pa Kent are currently being housed in the Fortress of Solitude after they were kidnapped a little while ago. And there with them is Lex Luthor trying to make this special pill. So they ask him to help their son, because Superman is as fallible as everyone else. Later that night, Damian decides to activate the Watchtower's teleportation system to bring himself back to the Batcave, where Alfred finds him. He hasn't returned ever since he accidentally killed Nightwing, and he doesn't know what to do. Batman pulls pulls into the cave and he simply asks his son, "What are you doing here?" Damian takes the hint and he begins to head for the exit. But Alfred turns to Batman. "Your guilt-ridden son has just walked into your home seeking redemption and forgiveness. Please, don't be you, sir." So Batman stops him. "Wait, I want to talk." But Damian snaps at him. "You left me in Arkham! You are wrong and Superman is right. You're just too full of yourself to see it. This isn't about me." "Of course it's about you! It's always about you! Your crusade, your pain, your parents who died, your way, your rules, your legacy, your impossible standards." And Alfred places a hand on the boy's shoulder. "Please, let your father talk." But Damian has taken one of the strength-granting pills, and he throws Alfred into the nearby Batcomputer by mistake. "No!" Damian says, shocked at what he's done. And Batman sees his oldest friend injured, and he shouts at Damian, "You!" But Damian has had enough, and he throws Batman into the trophy coin into the cave, causing it to begin to fall. And it would have landed on Alfred, but Hawkgirl arrives suddenly and catches it. Damian runs over to Alfred apologizing. He didn't know how strong he was. But Hawkgirl comes over and takes Damian, and the two of them begin to leave for the Watchtower, until Batman tells them to stop. That's when Damian puts it together. Since when did Hawkgirl listen to Batman and know where the Batcave was, or is even that strong? So Damian lights an incendiary grenade, forcing Martian Manhunter to turn back to normal. He was the sleeper agent that Batman planted, and then Damian runs through the portal leading back to the Watchtower. Damian informs Superman and the Justice League that Martian Manhunter has been disguised as Hawkgirl this whole time, and Batman still has the real Hawkgirl captive. So Superman has decided that Batman has gone too far this time, and he decides to take the one thing away from Batman that Batman still thinks he has: his secret identity. He takes to the airwaves to announce to the world that Batman has Hawkgirl captive, and he will take his anonymity. Batman's true name is, but Batman activates Protocol Icarus and shuts down the Watchtower. With life support off, everyone in the Watchtower begins to panic, and they decide that they need to get the Watchtower back to Earth. But Superman tells them, "No, we need to figure out a way to get this message out, because we can't give Batman time to find another answer." So they use Cyborg's human computer to tap into social media, and they start #Batman is Bruce Wayne. The world is now aware of who Batman is, so the Justice League moves quickly to the site where Batman is. And as they land, Superman demands that they give Hawkgirl back. But Batman tells them that he already released her, after Lex and the Watchtower group verify that it's her. Wonder Woman then warns Batman to stop this, or they will respond in force. So, Batman flies away. "Well, that was unexpected," Flash says in shock. "It's Martian Manhunter," Green Lantern yells, and the Flyers all begin to chase him. Martian Manhunter might be fast, but he can't outrun Superman, Wonder Woman, and Green Lantern, so he goes invisible, one of his many powers. But Green Lantern pauses and tells his ring to scan for Martian Manhunter, only to be sucker punched by him. He then stands before Superman. "Why are you working against me, John?" "Because of what you've become. I've watched my planet become overrun by a tyrant, and you are doing the same thing." But Wonder Woman has had enough of everyone talking to Superman about this, and she grabs Martian Manhunter by the head. He changes form, wrapping around her, and he goes inside of her body. He then begins to cut off the oxygen to her brain, slowly killing her. "There's only one way, Clark," she says to him, and he knows it to be true. So he blasts Wonder Woman with his heat vision at full power. Martian Manhunter might be as powerful as Superman, but his one weakness is fire, and he burns alive, instantly dying. A few other incidents happen involving Lobo, Green Arrow, Harley Quinn, and Canary, but eventually, Batman calls this team to inform them that Superman has finally gone too far. He killed Martian Manhunter, and they only have one chance to stand against beings this powerful. They need the pill that Lex Luthor has made to make normal humans as strong as Superman, and to get that, they're going to need to break into the Fortress of Solitude. So while his team argues how far is too far, they do join him, and Batman, Catwoman, Captain Atom, Green Arrow, and Canary all go into the teleporter and arrive in front of the Fortress of Solitude. But Batman also has the President of the United States launch an attack on Korea to distract Superman. And that's when they make their move. While Catwoman breaks through the locks, Superman lands with a thud in front of the White House. "Why would you do this, Mr. President? You know I would just stop you. Unless you're distracting me." And as Batman enters the Fortress of Solitude, he realizes his mistake. Clark was keeping his parents in the fortress. No, If he thinks even for a second that we came for his parents, I don't even want to know what he'll do. And Batman turns around to see Superman with his hand on Captain Atom's neck, holding him to the ground, and his eyes burning red. He's furious and he isn't thinking straight. Even his parents ask him to let Atom go and end this. But Atom isn't concerned. He isn't a pushover. He has literally 10 nuclear explosions contained in a containment suit, and he punches Superman off of him. The damage to the fortress as Superman went flying through it is massive, and everyone runs to get out of it as the entrance seals itself, but Green Arrow finds himself stuck inside with Superman's parents. While Batman and his group figure out a way that they can get Arrow out of the base, Captain Atom is burying Superman into the ground. Every punch from him is like a mini nuclear explosion, and Superman can't take it. But Wonder Woman takes a swing with her sword at Atom's neck, breaking the containment field in one swing. Atom pauses. Oh, you stupid! I can't hold it any longer, but I guess this is my opportunity. I have my orders, and I'm already dead, so I'm taking you with me. And he grabs Superman and takes off for space, with Wonder Woman following behind yelling out. As the explosion builds in power and energy pours out of Captain Atom, he allows himself to explode with the power of 10 nuclear blasts in space. The explosion is so great that it throws Wonder Woman back to the Earth and destroys every satellite around them. But he failed. Superman survived, and now he's pissed. They tried to kill him. He comes back to the planet to find where Wonder Woman landed, only to find her in a coma. The Flash arrives to pick her up and bring her for medical attention, and Superman returns to the fortress, burning a hole in the ceiling so that he can get inside. Green Arrow sees what's about to happen to him as he's the only member of Batman's group in the fortress of Superman's parents. He knows what he has to do, and he glances at the super pills. Superman burns the stand that the pills are on and tells Green Arrow not to touch them. So, he fires an arrow at Superman. That won't help you, but it'll make me feel better. The arrow bounces off of Superman and ricochets into Pa Kent's shoulder. Superman backhands Arrow, and he throws him through the wall because he hits him so hard. Scrambling on the floor, he tries to remember the longest distance an arrow has ever been fired. And he fires one last one at Superman, over his shoulder and out the hole in the ceiling. Superman then pummels Arrow over and over, blood flying into the air as his parents look in horror at what their son has become, begging him to stop, please. Arrow just closes his eyes, apologizing to the pretty bird, Dinah the Black Canary, prettiest girl in the whole damn world. He then closes his eyes for the last time. As Batman, Catwoman, and Canary all make it to the site of Arrow's last shot arrow, Canary sees his tracker on it, and she walks away slowly. Ollie's not coming back. But on that arrow, he managed to attach one of the super pills. Batman takes the arrow, and he goes to the Batcave to start analyzing the super pill by himself. He only has minutes before Superman will get there, and the only thing distracting Superman right now are both of his parents telling him how far he's gone, and the hologram of Jor-El telling him that he will receive no more help from the fortress, as he is killed. As Superman takes off for the Batcave, Jor-El turns to Superman's human parents. I'm sorry, I unleashed this on your world. Superman comes crashing through the Batcave ceiling. I've removed all of the crazies from Gotham, but I left the original, and he grabs Batman with anger burning in his eyes. Behind them, the Bat computer is trying to decipher what the super pill is. Is that Ollie's blood that you're covered in? He was the most ethical and compassionate friend that we had. Superman pauses, and he turns. Go on, justify his death. I'll call Black Canary and tell her you did it for the greater good. So Superman throws Batman across the cave. Stop talking! Batman runs to a computer and he presses a button that displays pictures of Clark's wedding to Lois Lane. You swore to honor and protect her, Clark, but you failed to protect her. And honor her? How is this honoring her? I'm doing this for her, Superman shouts. You stopped doing this for her the moment that she died, when you lost your humanity. Batman then drops a sonic device to stun Superman, and he runs to the super pill with the computer at 96%. But Superman grabs him by the arm. No. He picks up Batman and he holds him over his head. Batman screams, Clark, don't! But it falls on deaf ears as Superman slams Batman's back over his knee, breaking it. As Bruce lays there in agony, Superman begins to walk away. I will not kill you, Bruce, but I can't have you in the way. And Bruce turns to him. Wasn't trying to fight you. Was trying to distract you. Superman turns to the computer and he realizes that it has finished. and it uploaded the specs of the super pill somewhere else. What did you do, Bruce? Gave us a fighting chance, Bruce says with a smile. Someone then places their hand on Superman's shoulder. Clark Kent. And there stands Alfred. Superman looks in shock as Alfred headbutts him so hard that he forces Superman to bleed. I'm so disappointed in you. No more hurting my family. And Alfred pummels Superman over and over. He then walks over, picks up Batman, and he walks to the teleporter. In the aftermath, Superman called for a conference for the world to see, and he declared that Batman and his allies are now enemies of the Justice League. He intends to gather his forces and expose Batman and all of those that will aid him, because the last thing Lois got to say to him was, save the world, and he intends to. Oliver, Hal, and Dinah all walked down a street after the Blackest Night event. Hal just saved the world from hordes of Black Lantern zombies, and they all felt they deserved a beer or two. All three walked into a bar, and a group of bikers tried to hit on Dinah, and Ollie snickered. The biker turned to Ollie. Did you say something behind that stupid little beard? And Ollie, continuing to grin, says, nope, I didn't say anything. I just kind of snickered. But Dinah decided to step in. You get one chance to let go of him and walk away. Oh, you need a girl to protect you? I don't need her to. And then Dinah grabbed the man by the shirt. But I really enjoy it when she does. And then Dinah threw him across the bar. She dropped two other thugs while Ollie looked down at the bar peanuts, and then he flicked one into the biker's eye, so she broke his nose. I had it, Ollie. It was just a peanut. I literally lifted one finger. Hal decided to chime in at this moment. I saved the whole world. And Holly turned to him. You did, and you deserve some acknowledgement. To Hal Jordan, savior of the world. Those were good times, weren't they? That was back when everyone was friends. Before Joker tricked Superman into killing Lois Lane, and then Superman put his fist through the Joker's chest. Before Batman built a rebellion against Superman's regime. Before Superman murdered Oliver Queen, the Green Arrow. Both sides of the war stand at opposite sides of Ollie's grave. A temporary truce has been called so that they can lay the man down to rest. After Hal tried to apologize and Dinah told him to go away if he still stood with Superman, Superman himself tried to come over and apologize to Dinah. He tried to tell her that he didn't mean it. He didn't want to hurt Ollie. It was an accident. But she sonic screamed at him and saw the true anger and rage in his eyes. He turned to her initially ready to harm her, but he stopped when he realized that Dinah was pregnant. Batman has been moved to a place between time and space by Zatanna. He had his back broken in his last fight with Superman, and it's going to take him some time to recover. This was the only place that Zatanna could hide him away from Superman, away from everything. Off in deep space, Kyle Rayner is one of the best Green Lanterns around, and he's been off of Earth for quite some time. He should be coming home to a world that he loves, but he's coming home to a different world. But just as he begins to get home with plans to call a girl that he met before leaving, his ring goes off on an alert, and he finds himself tied up by Sinestro and his Yellow Lanterns. There is a war coming. I look to Earth and I see future allies. He creeps right up to Kyle, and he uses his yellow ring to sever Kyle's ring finger and remove his Green Lantern ring. Fear finally begins to cross Kyle's face as he loses his uniform and his shield for space travel. And then, he suffocates in deep space. Over at Oa, Ganthet has sensed that something is off. He hasn't heard deep space, and he turns to Kyle. There is a war coming, alert, and he finds get home what he loves, but he's coming home to a different world. But just as he begins to get home with plans to call a girl that he met before leaving, his ring goes off on an alert, and he finds himself tied up by Sinestro and his Yellow Lanterns. There is a war coming. I look to Earth and I see future allies. He creeps right up to Kyle, and he uses his yellow ring to sever Kyle's ring finger and remove his Green Lantern ring. Fear finally begins to cross Kyle's face as he loses his uniform and his shield for space travel. And then, he suffocates in deep space. Over at Oa, Ganthet has sensed that something is off. He hasn't heard from Kyle Rayner, and they're getting reports that Superman is apparently trying to rule the world. Guy Gardner, another one of the Earthling Green Lanterns, laughs at the idea that Superman will be trying to conquer Earth, so he asks the Guardians to loan him some of the lanterns, and he'll go talk to Hal. He'll know what's going on. Back with Superman, he's sitting in the Watchtower by Wonder Woman's bedside, wondering if she'll ever come out of her coma, when a report comes across. Sinestro is here. Superman launches out into space with Sinestro telling him to wait, but Superman doesn't give him time as he grabs Sinestro by the throat and he slams him into the moon. Sinestro still refuses to fight back as he tells Superman, "I'm not here to fight, I'm here to warn you. They are coming." Meanwhile, on Earth, Green Lantern and the Flash walk out of Congress after forcing them to pass a bill, and they find Ganthet and Guy Gardner waiting for them. "Take me to Superman, Hal Jordan," Ganthet demands. Ganthet advises Superman to stop this, stop trying to control the people of Earth, but Superman informs them that he's protecting the people of Earth. "I have watched civilizations rise and fall. We Guardians have been gifted with enormous power, and sometimes not using that power is the most difficult decision of them all." And that's when Sinestro speaks into Superman's ear. Ask him the question. "You say you watched civilizations rise and fall, Ganthet. Were you watching Krypton in its final moments? And in your infinite wisdom, did you choose to not use your power that day?" Ganthet lowers his head and says nothing. "You dare come to me today to lecture me on responsibility when you doomed my planet and people. No, they doomed themselves, and we will not allow you to rule over these people, Kal-El of Krypton. Is that a threat? No, a warning. Get the hell off my planet." So Ganthet leaves the Watchtower and he tells Lantern Jordan that he needs to accompany them back to Oa. As they leave the Watchtower, Sinestro floats in. Meanwhile, in Gotham, Superman's soldiers begin to march on the city, and Gordon realizes that it's time for him to stop pretending that he doesn't know about Batman's operation. He's been informed by Superman that he has cancer, so he looks at one of the cameras and he tells Barbara, "Let me in. I know you're there and I know you're watching." So he's pretending that he does. Superman, as they leaves the threat tower, Sinestro floats in. Meanwhile, in Gotham, Superman's soldiers begin to march on the city, and Gordon realizes that it's time for him to stop pretending that he doesn't know about Batman's operation. He's been informed by Superman that he has cancer, so he looks at one of the cameras and he tells Barbara, "Let me in. I know you're there and I know you're watching. I know everything." The Guardians begin to call in every Green Lantern from every sector. This is an all-points bulletin. They even pull Lantern John Stewart off of Riot that's being overrun by zombies. They need an entire army if they're going to stop Superman. While Superman's group debates if they should be siding with Sinestro, he's a villain, an evil ruler, and a tyrant. Sinestro explains that he's just concerned about the well-being of the galaxy. He went the route of fear because he got overzealous when a riot killed his wife. The reaction and punishment from the Corps was swift and vicious. "I will not lie to you, Superman. I want my revenge, but we have the same enemy." But Lex and Flash managed to convince Superman that they shouldn't trust Sinestro. So Sinestro asks them, "You fear me?" And Lex tells him, "Of course." So Sinestro hands him his yellow ring. "I give you your fear. You will need me when the time comes, and together we will end them." Back on Oa, Hal tries to convince the Guardians that Superman is doing the right thing, that he's protecting the planet. But they don't see it that way. They see a man that has toppled governments and created super beings to make an army. Hal argues, though, with Superman taking a more active role on Earth, countless lives have been saved, and not just through ending violence. They've been stopping hunger and creating a renewable energy source. The Guardians dismiss Hal, and he sees all of the lanterns being recalled, and then Kilowog comes down the steps. "I'm to bring a squad to Earth, and then we're gonna bring Superman here for trial." Hal is shocked. "If you think I'm gonna lie down and allow you to attack my planet, don't be stupid, Jordan." So Hal sends off a massive energy spike, pushing everyone away, and then he takes off for space trying to get to Earth, but the Guardians quickly put up a shield stopping Hal, and the rest of the Corps apprehends him. They take him to the Guardians, where his ring is removed, and he's placed in a cell. As the rest of the Lanterns head to Earth, John sneaks into the cells, and he frees Hal, and he gives him back his ring. "I'm with you in Superman, Hal. Capturing you was an act. An act. You stood there while they beat me unconscious. I'm very convincing." On Earth, the Green Lantern Corps Strike Force arrives with Kilowog in the lead. "Superman, the Guardians want to talk to you on Oa." Superman dials up Cyborg, and he orders it to start. And they blast the entire Strike Force with a space-to-ground laser. A crater is made where the Lantern Corps stood, and then Kilowog looks up, and he blasts off towards them. Superman dodges Kilowog, and he tells him, "This is stupid. You can't touch me with a thought-based weapon. I move faster than thought." "Well then, it's a good thing that we already thought of that." And instantly, Superman reels back in pain, and he falls to the ground. It was the squirrel. Everyone underestimates the squirrel.
Yeah.
He is thinking so small that he's stopping the synapses in Superman's brain and he's keeping him from moving. The Lanterns have won. But up at the Watchtower, Lex sees that the end is coming, so he opens Sinestro's cell and he hands him his ring. As the Lanterns prepare Superman for transport, Chip begins to feel blood running down his forehead. and he falls to the ground, freeing Superman. Sinestro has killed him. The fight begins again with the Lanterns battling against Superman, Hawkgirl, Shazam, and Sinestro. But just then, Hal and John arrive on Earth to see what a disaster this has become. John heads over to stop Sinestro, while Hal calls for Kilowog and Superman to stop fighting. Sinestro then hovers behind Superman with the entire Yellow Corps, an army at Superman's disposal. So Kilowog agrees to stand down and leave. They'll return to Oa, but Sinestro refuses. No, you can't let them leave. They'll report this and they'll return with more Green Lanterns. Hal looks to Superman to let the Lanterns go, but Superman looks away. Sinestro's right. The debate begins on whether or not they should exterminate the Green Lantern Strike Force, but Superman refuses. We're heroes. We don't kill. Detain them and take their rings. As he takes Kilowog's ring, Kilowog warns him. The Guardians are gonna come here and kick your butt, Poozer. Superman orders for Sinestro to stay. Without him, Superman would be halfway to Oa by now, but the Yellow Corps is told to head off-world and wait. Meanwhile, back in Gotham, Gordon has learned about everything from his daughter, and he wants to help. The entire GCPD wants to help. So they take the strength pills that Batman got back to the group, and they begin to build their own army of citizens in Gotham. Gotham will...
I'm not gonna lie. I think comics are better than manga. I mean, there's only a few mainstream anime and manga that I really enjoy as much as I'm enjoying this. But I have to give it to Injustice. This is fire. It's just some gas right here, man. I mean, like when I think of this, I think of like Tokyo Ghoul, Berserk, Dragon Ball, Naruto, Bleach. This is already better than all of them. Like, this is so good. Like, just the Green Lanterns, just that arc right there, that beats everything in like Naruto. Cause like you got the Green Lantern trying to stop Superman, and then you got the Squirrel, then you got the Yellow Lantern, like, bro. And that alone beats everything in Bleach too. I mean, I get it, like the Soul King, and then however you say that name, Aizen. I get it, it's cool. Okiura, the Arankar, all that. But this is some gas, and there's still like more to it. They're cooking. This first one had me like I was like, why are we doing this Joker arc with the Havoc helmet? Like, why is he Havoc from Mortal Kombat? Like, bro turned into Havoc from Mortal Kombat, literally. And then he figured out Superman's weakness is his identity and relationship with Lois. And I guess that was just building it. It was building all that up. He got in his head, and he made him. He pushed him to the edge. Lois is, yeah.
will not let Superman and his army take control. A war on a second front is brewing now.
Injustice Year 2,
We open on the Guardians of the Universe stumped. The Earth is vanished, and they don't know how.
Gas.
When Guy Gardner steps
See, as soon as I started talking about how gas it is, instantly cut to the next volume.
up, I could fill you in. I was on my way back here when the Sinestro Corps jumped me. Sinestro has joined forces with Superman.
What's this? Guy Gardner? This does not look like the Guy Gardner that I know. But I don't read a lot of Green Lantern.
One of the lanterns we left on Earth. I don't know. When I left, they were alive. But we've worked out that Kyle was killed by the Yellow Lanterns, and I think Hal and John are now with Superman. We won't act rashly and charge in. We will plan our attack, and until then, the Earthlings are on their own. Things have been ramping up rather quickly, but if you're just now joining us, the Joker forced Superman to kill Lois Lane, and then he blew up all of Metropolis. Superman then built an army and has taken over all of the government functions on Earth. Batman stood against him, but Superman broke his back. Then the Green Lanterns arrived to bring Superman to justice, but the Strike Force was defeated by Sinestro and the Yellow Lanterns, and then they were detained on Earth. Back on Earth, the GCPD has gotten their hands on Superman's super soldier creating pills, and they've started working with Batman's agents to remove Superman's army from Gotham. They won't stand by and let Superman take over. Harvey Bullock and Commissioner Gordon have both taken the pills, and they drop the invading army easily, and then Gordon says to round up the men. He's going to interrogate them. Back at their base of operations, Barbara is getting upset when she's going through old family photos when she comes across one of Nightwing, Dick Grayson. And he died not that long ago. But something catches both Barbara and Commissioner Gordon's eyes. Someone that looks like Barbara Gordon's mother has just appeared on their cameras. No one has seen her in 15 years, and while it's assumed that she was murdered, they never found a body. So Gordon pops another of the strength-granting pills, even with Barbara telling him not to because it's speeding up his cancer that he was recently diagnosed with. He decides to head off into town and sneak by Superman's army to the location where they saw her. But once he gets there, he discovers that it was all a trap, and it's actually Clayface. Gordon walks over and grabs him, but he begs Gordon to stop. He escaped to the Purge of Arkham, and if they find him, they will kill him. He just wants protection. But Gordon doesn't want to hear it. Give me one reason to help you. I'll give you closure. I can tell you where they buried your wife. So he explains that he was there that night, running with the gang that shot her, but he wasn't a part of it. And they didn't do it for any real reason. She was just in the wrong place at the wrong time. So he follows Clayface to the pier, where he finally gets to see her body, and he says to himself, I'll be seeing you again soon. And now he knows that she is waiting for him. So he takes Clayface back to the headquarters, where he tells the group that they're gonna put him in a cell until Barbara can verify that there isn't anything weird about his DNA. But that's when he somehow gets out of his cell and he walks past Barbara as Dick Grayson. Upon seeing that, she yells at him, How dare you! You know what I found in your DNA? Kryptonian blood. You lied to us. You've met Superman. And that's when she puts it all together. You were sent here to torment us. That's right, Clayface says, as he begins to shift back into himself. He told me to come down here and let them see they're dead, as I have had to every day. Was that even my mother's body? Barbara asks as she catches a punch that he tries to throw. Oh, it was, but I wasn't standing pretty by the sidelines. And then the two of them begin a full-on battle in which Clayface knocks her out of her wheelchair. He then smashes down on Batwoman and Huntress as they come to Barbara's rescue, but after Black Canary Sonic screams him, disrupting him, Barbara throws the wheel of her wheelchair into him, knocking him out. As the next few days pass, Harley closes Clayface up into various jars, and Barbara takes some time to watch the family photos again. Jim Gordon then enters and apologizes to her. He didn't mean to interrupt. But Barbara tells him that she's just dealing with the fact that he has cancer, and in a month or a week or maybe even a day, she'll be alone, and these pictures are all that she has left of him. He then takes a knee and he apologizes. He wishes that he could stay longer, and Barbara reassures him, I'll never be alone. I know you'll be waiting for me. You'll always be there. They then embrace to a photo of Jim and his wife. Some time passes and Dinah the Black Canary gives birth to her child, while Hal and Sinestro head off on a secret mission in Superman's name. Harley Quinn even becomes more of a good guy by dropping her trademark makeup at times and helping Black Canary. But the battle that we are all waiting for begins to ramp up as Guy Gardner finally returns to Earth with the Lantern Corps in tow. And I do mean the Lantern Corps, because they have the entire Corps, Mogo included, coming with them. They were gonna try and sneak in, but that's not gonna happen as they have an entire planet coming with them. Superman has a plan though, as he goes on national television to ask the entire world to come outdoors and fight against the Lantern Corps. He asks the entire world to become human shields. Black Canary leaves little Connor with Barbara, and then she warps to the Tower of Fate with Zatanna. It's time to see what Batman's condition is. He now has a robotic spine and some magic from Zatanna helping him walk again and speed up his recovery. He puts out an all-points bulletin asking everyone to get ready. This is their last chance to stop Superman. Everyone needs to get ready and say their goodbyes. To family, to friends, to partners, to their children, their wives, and their husbands. And their mustaches. Catwoman then helps him to his feet, and they get ready to say goodbye to Bruce. He's gonna stay here and heal. But once everyone leaves the tower, he grits his teeth. He isn't staying here. He's gonna make sure that Superman is stopped. So he goes to Oracle's base of operations to join her. Then, night begins to fall on Earth early as a planet blocks the sun. The Green Lanterns have arrived. Hal, John, and Superman all meet up with Guy Gardner while he makes one final plea. Please, Superman, help us take down the Sinestro Corps, and then we'll take you for trial and we'll end this. But Superman doesn't budge. No one dies if you leave. Don't do this, Superman. Have some perspective. Look at your allies. That one is named Arkillo. He has Kill in his name. For now, they are useful. The enemy of my enemy is sometimes a much worse enemy. We can stop this, Clark. You and me right now with words. Just words. Guy, you were always an embarrassment to the Justice League. Now you're an embarrassment to your entire planet. So Guy throws a punch, and the fight begins with Superman catching it and breaking his arm. And then Superman grabs him. I don't want you in this fight. And he throws him off into space. The Corps yells attack, and they get out of the way as Mogo blasts the entire group with willpower. On the planet, everyone can see the skies turn green, and they stand in shock. The war has begun. Superman survived, and he carried Sinestro and Hal out of the blast range. And they lost a quarter of the Sinestro Corps. On Earth, the signal went out, and they begin their ground assault by blowing up a bomb that Harley Quinn is strapped to her chest on the steps of the Hall of Justice, using it as a distraction so that Catwoman can knock Flash unconscious and capture him. Luckily, Harley Quinn had a strength pill because she survived, and then she grabbed her old costume while Catwoman knocked Robin out and took him captive also. Gordon walked into the Hall of Justice and he took Lex Luthor hostage. But that's when we learn who the inside man that was trying to help Batman's group is. It's Lex Luthor. He takes Gordon aside and he informs him that Cyborg is going to track their signal back to Barbara soon. And then, they'll capture all of them. But he knows how far Gordon's cancer has gone. And he can get Gordon up to the Watchtower. So they walk over to the teleporter pad and Lex asks him to make it look like he forced Lex to do this, as he teleports Gordon to the Watchtower. Meanwhile, Guy Gardner puts his arm in a sling made out of willpower, and then he heads off to help the Resistance get moving. But Hal tries to prevent him from going by starting an argument between Guy and Hal. That's interrupted by Sinestro. Guy takes a blast of fear to the face, and then he gets back up to try and convince Hal that this is insane. You were the best of us, Hal. You're not supposed to be Superman's puppet. And Sinestro jumps in. Shut him up. End him. So the Yellow Corps bombards Guy Gardner. But once the smoke clears, he's still standing thanks to the willpower shield granted to him by Ganthet. I never stopped believing in you, Hal. But the Guardians, they gave up. And Ganthet blasts Hal Jordan. Guy Gardner grabs Carol Ferris and begins to get her out of the area as the Yellow Corps and Ganthet go crazy on each other. But Hal stops him. Guy, give her to me! Carol tries to jump in. It's okay, Hal. Guy was saving me. But Hal doesn't listen and he yells, give her to me! And he clubs Guy Gardner with a willpower mace. That's all it took. Ganthet turned around and told Hal, you broke your oath. And he took the green ring. Out in the middle of the sky, Hal loses his Green Lantern powers and he and Carol both begin to fall to the earth. But, seeing a chance, Sinestro flies up and he hands him a yellow ring. Hal takes the ring so that he can rescue Carol. And with that, Hal Jordan has entered the Sinestro Corps. Meanwhile, Batman can see that the battle is stretching out thinner and thinner.
Wow. You know, that's like some good, like, some really good writing right there. Oh, bet. You ain't a Green Lantern no more? You want to be yellow? I mean, it's not better than green, but I'll take it.
From his seat in Oracle's headquarters, he can see the Superman and the Yellow Corps are just trying to stretch out the Green Lanterns and bring them to populated areas, knowing that they won't fight back. He wants her to warn everyone to come together, but that's when she pauses. She realizes that she's been traced. Up in the Watchtower, Cyborg hears the teleporter confirm Lex Luthor, and he gets up. Lex, I found them, we need to go. But there stands Gordon with a gun trained on Cyborg. No, you won't. Cyborg puts his hand up. We're in a space station. You won't fire a bullet at me. And Gordon responds by shooting a shot at Cyborg's head, bouncing it off of his cyborg side. The next shot goes through the soft side of your head. Now turn off the trace. Cyborg scans Gordon and he realizes Gordon's dying. Gordon begins to feel the strain from the cancer and Cyborg takes this chance to blast Gordon in the chest. But he took another strength pill, allowing him to eat the blast and grab Cyborg. Damn. You won't touch her, he shouts as he clobbers Cyborg, and he tears off the Cyborg parts on his face. Lex arrives on the scene and he helps Gordon up. You knew taking those pills would make your cancer worse, didn't you? Yes. Can you take Cyborg down for collection while I have a moment alone with my daughter? So Lex leaves. Gordon dials up his daughter. He wants her to know how beautiful the Earth is from up here. You can't see any hatred or violence, just the calm. Superman can't be allowed to hold this world, Barb. We'll take care of him, Batman says, jumping in. It's good to hear your voice, Batman. It's Bruce. No, it isn't. It was never Bruce. I'm sorry, Barbara. And Barbara jumps in. Dad, please don't. Batman, I guess I get to despair on you for once. Back with Hal Jordan, Sinestro, and Ganthet. Ganthet took a look at Hal. He has fallen. And then looking at both Hal and Sinestro. You were both terrible mistakes. Ganthet turns to Guy. It's time to leave, Guy. There is someone more important than these two. And Sinestro screams at Ganthet, there is no one more important than I! So Ganthet turns to Sinestro in his core, and he disintegrates them in a single blast, leaving only Sinestro the survivor. You are a speck in history, Sinestro. I have no more time for you. And he leaves her space. He gets into space and he goes straight for Superman, blasting him with the power of willpower. Superman falls down to the earth, and just as he enters normal space, the Batjet comes by, hitting him with missiles. Looking at it, he thinks that Bruce is piloting it, and he blasts it with his heat vision, destroying it. But Batman wasn't flying it. It was Batwoman, and he's now killed her. So Black Canary swoops in using a glider, and she grabs Superman, and she sonic screams it right in his ears, shoving him down to the earth with a thoom. She then lands right in front of him, and he speeds over, grabbing her by the chest. So she shoots him with a gun, containing a kryptonite bullet. Then with a solid kick, she knocks him down, and she tells Superman, after everything you've done, Bruce still cares about you, and he asks for mercy. Back up in space, Ganthet uses a massive blast to kill every single Sinestro Corps member up there with him, and then he throws Shazam down to the ground. Without Superman, the Sinestro Corps and his soldiers are failing, and Batman's troops have managed to capture Cyborg, Flash, and Robin. With a win on the horizon, Guy gets ready to come down and carry Superman away. But with so many Sinestro Corps members dead, there's a lot of rings floating around, and one manages to find a new host. Kal-El of Krypton, you have the ability to instill great fear. Using his new ring, he pulls the bullet out of his chest, and he fires a blast of heat vision right through Black Canary's stomach. Then, as he leaves her for dead, bleeding out, she reveals the true plan. She had contact lenses on that broadcasted everything that she saw to the world. Everyone saw the true Superman. Superman is furious, and he flies straight at Ganthet. Are you happy to see somebody die? Look at all of this! While this is going on, Sinestro puts a blade through John Stewart's chest, ending him. And then he brings the body of John to Hal. Hal, we need to get your friend to medical attention. But just as his green ring leaves his hands, Hal Jordan becomes furious and turns to Sinestro. Who did this? Sinestro looks Hal dead in the eyes. It was Guy Gardner. Hal goes right for Guy. You did this! You brought them here! This is all your fault! And Guy takes a beating. Hal, I didn't want this! I won't fight you! So Hal rips off Guy's arm where he had his ring, and then Guy turns back to normal and falls to Earth, murdered by his friend. So Superman and Ganthet turns back to normal and falls to Earth, murdered by his friend. So Superman and Ganthet begin to stare each other down, and Batman realizes they've lost this fight. Superman is wearing a ring fueled by fear, and their broadcast just overpowered that ring. The entire world now fears Superman. Ganthet holds his hands up to end Superman, and then Superman takes all of that willpower to the face. He's unstoppable. He then grabs Ganthet by the throat, and he rockets into space with him, aiming for Mogo. Mogo fires a full beam through Superman and Ganthet, but it does nothing as Superman slams Ganthet into Mogo's surface, and then he pushes Mogo back with Ganthet pinned down. He's pushing them so hard that he shoves both Ganthet and Mogo into the sun. We don't need you, Guardian. And that ends it. The Green Lantern Corps has been annihilated. In the aftermath, everyone alive in Batman's forces went back into hiding. And Jim Gordon was never seen again, and Superman kept his yellow ring. Hal and Sinestro are now kind of friends, if you want to call them that. And Black Canary? She was left bleeding out in the crater that she made with Superman. Dr. Fate appeared before her and he took his helmet off. Fate. She woke up in another place, another universe, another Earth, with her child Connor there. Dr. Fate brought her to a world with an Oliver Queen, one that lived a quiet and quaint life, one that lost his Dinah 5 years ago. Dr. Fate tells her that she was gonna die, so he brought her here to try again. He can't promise that they'll be happy together, but he can at least give them each other. He then denies her request to go back and stop Superman, and he leaves, saying goodbye to Connor. Ollie looks at the child. Connor? Yes. I always liked that name. I know. And Ollie looks at her, and then he smiles. Hello, pretty bird. Batman had an idea, so he sought out Dr. Occult. Dr. Occult is an individual deep in the mystical side of the DC universe and is actually two individuals sharing a body, Rose and Dr. Occult himself. Batman sought out Rose because she is Dr. Occult, and his plan is simple. Superman is vulnerable to magic, so why not use that against him? But in order for it to work, he'll need to remove two problems, Raven and Wonder Woman. Batman approached Rose and told her that he needs both Rose and Dr. Occult, and she turns around, instantly turning into Dr. Occult. Anything you say to me, you say to both of us, literally, Batman. We're at your service. I give you my word. So he sets off on his mission, going to Georgetown first, meeting with Baron Winters. While meeting with the Baron, another individual is standing in the back of the room, John Constantine. He overhears what Dr. Occult is planning, and once Baron Winters tries to convince the doctor not to go through with it, Constantine turns around. Let him do what he wants. He's a big boy and a big girl. I'd have half a mind to throw in with him and take down Old Blue. If only he'd ask nicely. But Dr. Occult informs Constantine, I would never ask for your help. You'd most likely leave me in a trance with my pockets picked. Constantine defends himself though. That was only once, mate. You'd think that I'd be fool enough to try that again? And so, Dr. Occult continued his journey. His trip brought him to Cairo to get the Blade of Durga, New Athens to get the living sphere from the Enchantress, to the Twilight Realm to trade the sphere to the court of the fairy, and eventually to Metropolis, where he began to draw runes on the wall. He walks into the sanctum of Raven herself, surrounded by hellfire, and sensing that something is off, she begins to throw the hellfire at Dr. Occult. He begins to pull out a gem that hits her hard, but the hellfires burn Dr. Occult alive, separating him from Rose, throwing her to the ground. But Constantine has been following behind this whole time, and as Raven prepares to finish off Rose, he grabs the gem and he hits her with it. With Raven unconscious, Rose looks over at the body of Dr. Occult and sees him dead, turned to bone. Constantine pulls out a cigarette. Rose, we both know you won't live long without him, so you can do one thing. You can finish the job. Go to Themyscira and finish off Wonder Woman. You need to fight like a proper mage and keep your word. Rose agrees and she begins to create a teleportation spell while Constantine gets back to his feet. I'll wrap up Raven and try to pull the doctor out from the other side. But if I save him, you owe me. If I survive, Constantine, Rose says, leaving. And then he flicks his cigarette to the ground. He then wraps up Raven in the center of a circle with another symbol on her, binding her in place. And in the home of Wonder Woman, Rose sneaks in, and as Wonder Woman wakes up, she throws dust into Wonder Woman's face, putting her to sleep. Then, as Rose begins to die finally, she knows that she needs to vanish. There needs to be no trace in Themyscira that she was there. Otherwise, they'll figure out what she did to Wonder Woman and they'll break the spell. So she warps herself to a random island out in the middle of nowhere, and using her last spell, she calls up Batman. Batman, the job is done. Raven is neutralized. Wonder Woman sleeps helplessly. And we won't survive. Don't trust. And then she dies. Batman just calls back, Doctor, who don't I trust? Who don't I trust? As she falls face first into the sand, Constantine appears behind her, rifles through her pockets, taking all of her trinkets, and then he stands up, lighting a cigarette. Your trinkets should be more than enough to hide me and keep me from getting involved in this fight. Don't get me wrong, I think you were doing the right thing. The Kryptonian made a mess of this world, but I'm a family man now. Rest in peace, Doctor. We're both out of this war now. And that brings us to today, the end of the Green Lantern battle, with John Constantine looking at a Green Lantern sitting on what was once a house that contained someone really close to him, Rose Constantine. You see, John's daughter was hidden from everyone to avoid the problems that came with his line of work. That is until Superman and Batman's battle brought it to her. And so begins the next chapter of this war. Dr. Fate can feel the very fabric of reality tearing as there's a loud knocking at the door to the Tower of Fate, Batman's team's hideout. Zatanna and Dr. Fate get ready, with their powers charging to face whatever was able to find the Tower of Fate. And when Zatanna opened the door, she found John Constantine there with his daughter. Hello, Z. Being the masters of magic that the three of them are, John explains that he was feeling something magically watching him in Liverpool, and Dr. Fate confirms that there is something going on, and he can feel that it has aligned itself with Superman, but none of them know who or what this is. So John asks Z to send him to the world's greatest detective, Detective Chimp. This is John Constantine though, and he has his own plans to put into action, so after recruiting Detective Chimp, he decides to make a stop in hell, to Trigon's domain to ask him, do you still have that piece of my soul? Yes, little magician. I obtained the piece that you sold in hell. Well, I'm here to let you know. Your daughter Raven was removed from battle by something big and nasty working for Superman. What is it? I don't know yet. But when I find out, will you be ready to act? I do not trust you, little magician. Why share this with me? Well, since you own a piece of my soul and plan to torture me for all eternity, maybe I can get some time off for good behavior. Trigon puts him down and closes the door to hell. Find my daughter, and do not bother me until you do. Meanwhile, over at the Hall of Justice, Superman, Hal Jordan, and Sinestro are trying to figure out what happened to the Flash, Robin, Cyborg, and Raven. They've all been taken by Batman's team, and no one can seem to find them, which automatically leads Superman to believe that there is something new in play. Magic. Meanwhile, Batman is meeting with John, so that John can introduce him to Detective Chimp, and show both of them where he's keeping Raven, because if his plan goes south, he wants someone to know where she's bound, otherwise she'll be there for all of eternity. And he explains to Batman and Chimp that he is getting involved because he wants revenge. Superman took Rose's mother away, and while he can't bring her back in any form that you would want watching a child, he can do the revenge thing, because he's good at that. Back at the Hall of Justice, Sinestro brings in the last man to see the location of Batman's prisoners, and Superman threatens Officer Sprague's family if he doesn't help. While over at the home of Jason Blood, otherwise known as Etrigan, Batman's team and all of the magic users that will work with Constantine are preparing their plans. Almost everyone is on board with this new magical turn, except for Harvey Bullock. This is getting a bit too crazy for him, so he turns away from the group and he prepares to leave. As he opens the door, Detective Chimp comes over to tell him, "You can't think like that. Things will get crazy, but you should honor Commissioner Gordon after his sacrifice. He would have stayed. But with the door open, there isn't any magical protection on the home, and Clarion can feel it. Something's coming." Jason Blood shouts for them to shut the door, and he runs to it with Harvey pushing it as hard as he can, but it's too late, as it's blown off the hinges and turns Jason Blood and Harvey into mush, and it throws Detective Chimp to the ground. Spectre has arrived, and he isn't here to play nice. Clarion and Zatanna try to get the protection magic back up and running, while Harley Quinn is upset because Detective Chimp's little hat fell off. Batman looks to Batwoman and Huntress. "Look for an exit. We need to get out of here now." And Constantine snaps at him. "That's the spirit of vengeance out there. Do you really think he'll be fooled by hiding in another room? You think he could protect us from the Spectre? You could barely walk after your injury. You're bloody useless." So Batman punches Constantine in the nose, and he turns to Zatanna. "As soon as you feel the attack stop, I want you to teleport everyone out of here. I'm going out there to talk to him. He is the spirit of vengeance, and he punishes criminals. We have something in common." Batman walks out the front door and he calls out, "Spectre!" Back inside, Constantine snaps to and he asks Clarion what's going on. Batman is talking to the Spectre. Jesus, the size of the coconuts on Batman. Zatanna turns to everyone and teleports them out of the house and back to the Tower of Fate, which doesn't fool the Spectre for even 1 second as he grabs Batman. Deceiver! Zatanna then reappears, grabs Batman, and warps away. He walks over to Constantine. "You did that on purpose. Because you've been off your game, and if we're gonna have a chance to take down Superman, I'm gonna need Batman." Over on the other side of the tower, Harley is demanding that the Doctor come in right now. They need his help. But Dr. Fate has to explain he isn't that kind of doctor. She demands to know what kind of doctor he is. It's complicated. Then lead me to my operating room, Mr. Fate. Meanwhile, back at the Hall of Justice, Sinestro is torturing Officer Sprague, and since he hasn't given up any information, Superman enters to tell him to stop the torture. It doesn't take much for Sinestro to convince Superman to let him continue, though, as Superman walks out of the room as Officer Sprague continues to scream. Superman then enters the main hall, while Spectre appears to let him know there are new powers at work against him. Over in the tower, Constantine takes Batman with him to the one person
He thinks that Superman is good.
that can tell them if their plans will work. At first, Madame Xanadu doesn't want to help Constantine. Everyone close to Constantine dies, and Constantine even gives Batman a chance to leave now. Walk away before someone gets hurt. But they've gone too far. So after she copes with the death of Jason Blood, she reveals the future to Constantine and Batman. The green will grow, hellfire will burn, a dead man will fall and a dead man will rise. The Empress awakens and the Emperor sleeps. Souls will be lost and traitors triumph. The Advisor vanishes and the Joker returns. Batman looks shocked. The Joker returns? That's impossible. And on that note, Constantine puts his plan into motion. Things begin with Clarion's cat knocking over one of the candles that binds Raven, freeing her astral spirit. The first thing she does is take off to tell Superman to come for her, warn him where she is now. But the cat knocking over the candle wasn't an accident. It was all a part of the plan. Superman takes off at top speeds, leaving behind Spectre and everyone, and he makes his way to a magical house, one so powerful that no matter how hard he hits the door, he can't get in. It literally hurts his hand. So plan B, he uses the yellow ring to make a construct and tears the building in half. And inside, he finds Raven lying there bound. He gives it a clap and the gust of wind destroys the circle holding her. Raven then gets up thanking him. But while Superman isn't paying attention, Raven becomes a series of rags that wrap around him. The being that is obviously not Raven tells Superman that he can feel his murdering soul. And Constantine steps out. I know, pretty dramatic, isn't it? This is obviously not Raven. It's Ragman, known as Rory to his friends. You don't get to call him Rory. The suit of rags absorbs corrupted souls and it traps them inside the cloak until they're atoned for their sins. But you literally murdered a planet. I guess you'll be trapped in there until the stars burn out. Superman then burns through the bindings with his heat vision and he shouts out, "Spectre!" Yeah, he's probably looking for you right now. But this place is pretty well hidden. You could only find it because we wanted you to. Meanwhile, at the Hall of Justice, the Spectre arrives to tell everyone that he's gone. Superman is missing and he can't sense him. So Lex Luthor gets on the computer and he tries to find the exact location of Superman's earpiece. At that moment, Constantine gets a little too cocky and he lets Superman continue to struggle. Superman reaches up and he hits his communicator yelling, "Shazam!" As he is a being of magical power, Shazam can hear his name being called and at the speeds of lightning, he appears next to Superman. "Ragman, get him!" Constantine yells out. "I can't. Shazam is an innocent." So Shazam grabs Ragman and he holds him up and shouts, "Shazam!" And a bolt of magical lightning comes through the roof, burning Ragman and causing a massive explosion that reveals their location to the rest of the regime. Constantine looks in horror as Spectre appears and grabs Ragman. He then begins to tear the cloak apart, freeing the souls to be judged by him, not this Ragman. He then takes off Ragman's mask to tell him it is time for his vengeance. Rory calls down to Constantine asking him for help, but Constantine turns his back to Rory, telling him, "Sorry, mate." As Spectre kills Rory to the shock of Shazam, Superman gets up. "Now you die, you little shit." He grabs Constantine and he demands to know where Raven is, but Shazam asks him, "Stop, Superman, please." So Superman puts down Constantine and thanks Shazam for coming to his rescue. He knew he would be here. Shazam takes Constantine and the whole group begins to head back to the Hall of Justice, where Sinestro is offering to get information out of Constantine. But things take an eerie turn mid-flight, as Deadman is waiting for them to pass through. And when Shazam comes near him, he possesses Shazam, and then he drops Constantine. John falls farther and farther until a top hat catches him, and Zatanna is waiting for him. Superman then turns around to ask what's going on, as Shazam holds his head, confused as to why he did that. Inside, Deadman and the young boy that becomes Shazam are both inside of Shazam, and they're kind of arguing as to what is going on. Billy wants to know what this is, and Deadman says that this is odd. He's never shared the inside of a person before. But not to worry, he'll return Billy's body after he speaks to Spectre. Deadman would like to know why the Spectre is siding with anyone in this war. Billy stares him down. "I don't need all of my body." And in the real world, he calls out, "Shazam!" turning himself back into Billy Batson. Spectre catches the boy and he looks at him, and he can see that there are 3 minds inside of him. The Spectre reaches inside and he yanks Deadman out of Billy, so Deadman takes his chance. "I won't be speaking to you today, Spectre. I want to speak to the man inside, Jim Corrigan." The two of them stare at each other and Deadman asks, "Is he even in there?" The Spectre then gives an evil grin, and Deadman looks scared. "You're not Jim Corrigan, are you? Who are you?" The Spectre then sends Deadman on, because as he tells Superman, the only thing here is a spirit that forgot to fade on. He'll help him. He uses his sword of vengeance to cut Deadman in half, and his essence begins to leak out of him, so he begins to drift away. Meanwhile, at the Tower of Fate, Constantine is trying to decide what to do next, and Batman storms in telling him that he should have told him about this plan. So Constantine takes Batman with him for the next piece of it. To the first part of the prophecy, the green will grow. They then walk to the heart of the green, Swamp Thing's swamp. Back with Deadman, he drifts to the Himalayas, to Nana Parbat, to ask the goddess to fix him. Don't let him fade away. He has so much more to accomplish. And she tells him that she can't do that. It is time for the Deadman to move on, and for another one to replace him. So he asks her, "Can I pick my own successor then?" And she tells him she knows his choice. It's a wise one, and one that will return order. Back in the swamp, John asks his old friend Swamp Thing to aid them, but Swamp Thing tells him that he has already sided with Superman. Superman's cause will save the green, and that is his only concern. And John looks at him. "I don't want you as an enemy." "Nor I you, John." As John and Batman leave the swamp, John says to Batman, "We're going to have to kill Swamp Thing." Meanwhile, back in Nana Parbat, Deadman smiles as his replacement arrives. The man reaches down and he holds Deadman's hand as Deadman begins to fade off. Thank you for choosing me. It's gonna be good to help again. And Deadman tells him, you were the only choice, Dick Grayson. Find Jim Corrigan, Grayson. He is at the heart of this, and tell Batman, tell your dad, goodbye for me. With that, Deadman transfers his power to Dick Grayson, making him the new Deadman. Over in the Tower of Fate, Constantine gathers the group to explain the situation and the prophecy. The green will grow, the hellfire will burn. That Swamp Thing and the hellfire could be a number of things. A dead man will fall, and a dead man will rise. That's already happened as well. The Empress awakens, and the Emperor sleeps. And Catwoman chimes in. Who's the Empress? And that's when Detective Chimp walks back over. That's Wonder Woman. My sources say that she's been asleep since this began. Did we do this?
Oh, yeah.
Constantine rolls his eyes. Yes. And she shouldn't be able to wake up, but those Amazons have some crazy gods on their side. Meanwhile, the Phantom Stranger takes Spectre into space to walk the rings of Saturn and figure out what's going on. It's not like the Spectre to side with anyone in a battle such as this. The Spectre explains that he's just keeping the balance. Superman has made things more balanced than it ever has been before, and the Stranger tells him that Superman is not the one that he serves. So Spectre grabs the Phantom Stranger and begins shoving him through the rings and into the planet. While the Spectre is occupied removing the Phantom Stranger as a threat, Superman realizes that his protection from magic is gone, and suddenly he hears a booming voice. The smell of brimstone, the odor of death, the stench of hellfire, on Etrigan's breath! Etrigan appears and he begins burning everyone with hellfire. Superman tries to put his hand over Etrigan's mouth, but it just burns him, and Etrigan cracks him over the head. Meanwhile, back in space, the Spectre can sense that Superman is in trouble, and he tries to leave, but the Phantom Stranger grabs him. You think me powerless, Spectre? I am eternal. So the Spectre turns to him and stabs him through the stomach. Nothing is. Rest, stranger. You have earned it. Back over at the Hall of Justice, Superman knocks Etrigan out the wall and into space. Why attack me, Etrigan? What do you want? It's nothing personal. A deal was done. Superman grabs Etrigan by the chest. What deal was done? What have you agreed to? Nothing crazy. Just to keep you close. Gone, oh Etrigan. Rise instead the form of. And then he changes into Batman. Surprised, Superman asks, Bruce? He throws magical powder into Superman's face, and Superman begins to feel woozy and tired, and he turns back to Bruce. You made a deal with the demon? You refuse to stand beside me and fix the world, but you'll stand against me with hell? He then hits the ground, asleep, and Batman walks away. Dream of the man you should have been, and never wake to this nightmare again. While Batman and Constantine think that they've won, this isn't the end of their journey. Because Wonder Woman has also been placed in the same magical sleep ever since the day Green Arrow died, and she has just awoken, to her mother and Ares, the god of war, standing by her side. They explain that she has been in a magical sleep for months, and that it took a deal with Hera to wake her up. The first thing Diana wants to know is where is Superman, and Ares tells her, much has happened since you fell asleep. Over in the Tower of Fate, Batman's base of operations, he turns to his prisoners, Flash, Raven, Cyborg, and Robin, to tell them, Superman is down. And you can still undo the damage that you have done. We can be a team again. And Robin's response sums it up best for everyone. Screw you. Over in the Hall of Justice, Diana returns demanding to know what happened. Why is Hal Jordan a Yellow Lantern? And then she walks into the hall where they are keeping Superman with Ares. But that's when she notices that Superman is wearing a Yellow Lantern ring, and she turns to Sinestro demanding to know what he did. She jumps on him and she begins to strangle him. Sinestro takes to the sky, telling the Amazon that she will not touch him again. But Wonder Woman doesn't care. She smashes through his constructs and throws him out of the building. She then jumps on him and punches him over and over, scaring everyone because she's never been this angry. Until Superman stops her by catching her punch. Ares awoke him. What are you doing, Clark? Diana demands. And he explains that Sinestro is with him. And she tells him, nothing justifies him wearing a ring fueled by fear. Now give it to her. So, he does. And she crushes it before they take off to the skies to talk about what's been going on, what she's missed. He explains the Lantern War, Batman's actions, and the dream that was paradise. In the dream, he had Lois, he had the farm, he had a daughter. He had a daughter! He saw what could have been, and then it was taken from him again. Now, he is that much angrier knowing what he's missed. And Diana tells him, that this is their reality, and he needs to get over it. At that moment, Spectre fills Superman in on the location of Batman's prisoners. They are all located in the Tower of Fate. He can't go there himself, but he can get Superman there. which leads to the walls of the Tower of Fate exploding as Superman's regime enters it. While this is going on, Dick Grayson as the new Deadman enters the Gotham prison to find Jim Corrigan, the true host of Spectre, to see if he can figure out why the Spectre is acting so weird. But what he finds scares him, as Jim is laughing maniacally, not hosting the Spectre. Back in the Tower of Fate, Superman punches Batman into the back wall. So Batman tells his team to pop the green pills that they stole from Superman's regime that will grant them super strength, and Dr. Fate flips the tower, mixing everything up. They all begin fighting it out with Batman versus Superman, Catwoman losing to Sinestro, and Diana defeating Batwoman. And then Harley Quinn blows up Shazam! Constantine has a plan though as he tells Clarion to get ready. But before Clarion can do anything, Sinestro blasts him from behind, killing him. So Constantine pulls his ace out of the hole, and he goes for one final summon. He calls on Trigon! "You will burn for what you did, Kryptonian!" Trigon shouts as he grabs Superman. "We need to leave, Batman." "You summoned Trigon?" "No one summons Trigon." "Then why is he here? Why is he attacking Superman?" "He's here because I sent out a magical beacon with his daughter's location. That and I had Etrigan spreading rumors in hell that Superman kidnapped Raven." He then tries to pull on Batman, pulling him out of the room. Meanwhile, Harley looks on Trigon. Oh my god, it's the guy from Legend! I love that movie! Are there gonna be unicorns too? Hal calls the Shazam to go find Raven now, and then Harley turns to see Shazam leaving. "Shazzy, where are you going? You're gonna miss the unicorns!" Dang it, kind of fallen in love with you a little bit. But while she's debating what she should do about Shazzy, Trigon guts the God of War. So Batman's whole team begins to leave with Harley saying goodbye to any potential unicorns, while Trigon smashes all of the heroes. But just as Bruce is leaving through the portal, Dick Grayson appears to him. Grayson explains that he now has the power of Deadman, and that he found Jim Corrigan in a straitjacket laughing, and that he was put there magically by whoever is in the Spectre. So Batman asks, then who is in the Spectre? Meanwhile, back in the Tower of Fate, the true identity of the Spectre finally reveals itself to save Superman from Trigon. It's Mr. Mxyzptlk, and he's been following Superman since the start, keeping him safe, because only he is allowed to mess with Superman, and no one else can kill and remove him from the multiverse. Simply put, as he explains it to the heroes, if Superman is killed, then this will be a very boring multiverse for him. And with that, their epic brawl with neither truly winning but their powers being so fast that no one else can get involved begins. But as their battle hits new levels of insanity, Wonder Woman throws out the idea that maybe they should get the heck out of the Tower of Fate because there are literally two guys tearing reality apart in here. So, Mr. Mxyzptlk says, that's a great idea, and he teleports everyone to the front of the House of Mystery, where Batman and crew are hiding. He then teleports Batman and Constantine outside with Superman, and he tells Constantine, you have splaining to do before going back and fighting Trigon once more. Realizing the superpowered heroes have been badly beaten, Batman's crew comes running out of the house getting ready to continue their fight. But just as they appear to be winning, as they are finally beating down Superman and friends, Swamp Thing gets involved. He grabs everyone up in plant and he tells Constantine that he doesn't want to hurt John, and he knows that John was already planning to kill him. So John teleports out of the hold the Swamp Thing has on him and into the House of Mystery. But in the House of Mystery, Dr. Fate tells Grayson just how bad this is. The green is not something you can win against. But let's say they actually do. Well, then they have Trigon eventually winning his fight, and he'll turn his 4 eyes onto the group to kill them. They can't win like this. And just then, John teleports into the house to inform them that this is horrible that Swamp Thing is involved. This is not what they wanted to fight. Grayson and Dr. Fate look at him. We already know how bad this is. Well, fine, give me some time, John tells them, and Grayson gets an idea. Meanwhile, back outside, the fight continues with Diana dropping Catwoman, Harley Quinn blowing kisses to Shazam before he shoves her into the ground, and Batwoman defeating Sinestro. Renee Montoya and Hal are fighting on the other side, and she's actually beating him until he gets tired of it and smashes her with a construct. Superman and Batman are still fighting it out though, and Superman tells him that he will never be as strong as him, no matter how many strength pills he takes. And Batman tells him that he isn't going to be like him. He has humanity. At that moment, Shazam knocks Batman out of the fight. Things would be lost if not for Grayson's plan. He went to possess Poison Ivy and he has her flying the Batplane to the fight right now. As he gets closer with Shazam standing over Batman, no one is sure what's gonna happen next. So Grayson leaps out of the Batplane and into Shazam, where he instantly calls down Shazam, turning him back into Billy Batson. Poison Ivy then leaps out of the plane and into the fight, confused as to why she's even here. But she does see that the forest is burning around her due to Trigon's hellfire. That's when Swamp Thing sees her, and the battle begins with green versus green. While this is happening, Batwoman and Helena jump in to fight against Superman, seeing that he's now weakened. But Wonder Woman jumps in their way and begins fighting against them on behalf of Superman. Back with Billy Batson and Bruce, Grayson, while possessing Billy's body, tells Bruce to forgive. Grayson tells him to let Grayson's death go. That Bruce was the greatest father that he ever knew, and his life would have been ruined if Bruce didn't adopt him. And now, his other son needs his help. Damian, don't turn your back on your son, Bruce. They then hug with Batman thanking him, and Grayson leaves Billy's body, and Bruce knocks him out. Meanwhile, Batwoman and Helena are putting up a good fight against Wonder Woman. They're at least keeping her at bay, until Wonder Woman throws her lasso out and wraps it around Helena's neck, breaking it. Both Diana and Batwoman stop, and then Batwoman jumps on her shouting, "Murderer!" But all of this is the least of their problems, because Trigon is done playing games, and he is bringing this whole place down to hell. All of reality begins to tear apart, and everyone can feel it. This fight is literally hitting its breaking point. It stops everyone in their tracks. Swamp Thing and Poison Ivy stop fighting, and they begin working together to fix the green, and Diana and Batwoman stop their brawl, and even Batman and Superman need to stop what they're doing. Inside the House of Mystery, John realizes everything is done. They've lost, and the heroes that are outside of the House of Mysteries will die when it gets pulled down to hell. So Flash tells him, "Let me go. I have enough speed force in me that I can still go out there and get everyone." John takes a drag off his cigarette and releases Flash. He saves everyone that he can, and almost everyone gets inside of the house until it comes to Swamp Thing. By the time he gets to Swamp Thing, it's too late, and Swamp Thing is pulled down into hell with everything. Flash was smart though. There are 2 magical houses out here, and he split them up, Batman's team and Superman's team. This is only a temporary fix though. Trigon and Mr. Mxyzptlk are going to destroy everything and bring it all to hell. Grayson suggests that he can try to possess either one of them, but John tells him that that won't work. Both are outside of his pay grade. and Batman figures it all out. He turns to John. You planned this all along. You knew this was going to happen. You're hiding something. And John disappoints him. No, sorry. There was no accounting for Mxyzptlk coming in here causing a titanic celestial overload. They'll go supernova magically speaking unless we can convince them to pack their toys and go elsewhere. Then that's what we'll do. We'll teleport them into the void, where they can never get back to us, Dr. Fate chimes in. Shazam's lightning can transport Billy to another dimension, and I have a mastery over lightning. I can control it. We're out of time, John says, as the windows explode with the power of the Titans. So Grayson decides that he'll do it, and he takes off out of the house. Meanwhile, in the House of Secrets, Diana can't think of any other answers, and she decides that she will bring Raven to her father. But just at that moment, Grayson gets into the house and he tells her to stop. Dr. Fate has a plan and it requires Billy Batson. As Grayson begins walking Billy outside, and Dr. Fate flies out of his house, Damian sees the ghost of Dick. Dick, aye. It's okay, Damian. Billy walks outside and stands beneath two of the most powerful beings in the entire multiverse, terrified. But Dr. Fate stands out there with him in the middle of this mess of magic. At that moment, Raven finally wakes up and sees her father out there, and she flies out into the magical storm. So, standing beneath everything with all of reality tearing itself apart in front of them, Dr. Fate stands with Billy, and he shouts, Shazam! The lightning comes down to Billy, and Dr. Fate redirects it onto Trigon and Mr. Mxyzptlk, and he transports them both away, ending this entire mess. The magical explosion was so great that it knocked everyone onto their butts, and Zatanna had to show up and teleport Batman's team to the hidden base in Alaska that he built a long time ago. And then he turns to Batwoman. Where's Constantine? Meanwhile, at the Hall of Justice, Superman apologizes to his team, admitting that he has made some questionable actions. If he hadn't been focused on Batman, he might have seen Trigon and Mxyzptlk coming. He then thanks them and goes into space to overlook Earth while Wonder Woman joins him and admits she was wrong. Sometimes, it's okay to dream. And Constantine? He's with his daughter Rose Constantine, the one that started all of this when Batman walks in. John! It's about time, Bats. I wish I could say it's been a pleasure. You've been playing all of us from the start, haven't you? Your whole endgame was this, to get rid of Trigon. Took you longer than the chimp to sort that one out, mate. The chimp wanted to talk about that weeks ago. This has always been about Rose. I would do anything to keep her safe ever since Superman's bloody war dropped an alien on Rose's mum. You said you wanted revenge against Superman for that. You both deserve a shot in the bullocks. Him for being a tyrannical wanker, and you for being so simple-minded. Now, it's time for me and Rose to leave. Consider this a magical relocation program. No one will ever put my daughter in jeopardy again. I trusted you, John. Your mistake, mate. I'm not a hero. I'm just a father with a kid to raise. And as Batman watched John vanish off of this plane of existence, he looked down to see a drawing that Rose had made of a potential happy family. Mom, Dad, and her. Olympus, a kingdom that few believe even exists, and even fewer have actually seen. Most accept the world that they are a part of, not even considering alternate timelines, magical dimensions, and places that exist outside of known reality. But Olympus is not merely folklore, nor is it myth meant to account for what could not be explained by primitive man. Olympus is real, and so are the gods that inhabit it. And the gods are discussing the situation on Earth, in which these beings referring to themselves as superheroes are taking over the planet. And Ares states that it's time to put mankind back in its place. While down on Earth in the Hall of Justice, Superman is sitting on his self-appointed throne, trying to figure out where Batman is. Ever since their battle that involved the magics of heaven and hell and the death of Huntress, he's been in hiding. And Superman tells Hal Jordan, the Yellow Lantern, that they need to do better at finding Batman. And Hal tells him not to speak to him like that. Just because he's in control of the Justice League does not make him better than the Justice League. They aren't his subjects, so don't talk to them like they are. Superman stands up and informs Hal that he doesn't have time for his delicate ego and to take his hurt feelings and go somewhere else. Hal begins to get his ring ready, and Superman begins to heat his eyes up when Wonder Woman walks in. She reminds Superman that they are his friends, and he shouldn't be trying to turn his friends into insurgents like Batman. Meanwhile, Batman is hiding in Alaska, in a lead-lined base trying to decide if he should accept the offer that he has been given. How far is too far for this war to go? Alfred walks over and gives him his dinner before asking him if he's thought about reaching out to Damian. And Bruce tells him that he has no idea where Damian is. So Alfred reminds him, the Joker is not your fault. Superman is not your fault. Dick Grayson's death is not your fault. None of this is your burden to carry alone. Batman takes the Batjet to a random mountaintop where Ares, the god of war, is standing and he tells him, I'm in. Meanwhile, Renee Montoya is drinking herself into a stupor. This war between Superman and Batman has cost her Huntress, and she's about to get her revenge. So she decides that she's gonna get Superman's attention by attacking Cyborg and Robin. She drops Cyborg in a single hit, leaving just her and Robin. Damian throws a batarang at her and it breaks off her head, and she asks, are you done? He runs in and tries to punch her, then kick her, then punch her right in the nose, and she doesn't even flinch. She then uppercuts him into the sky. As he bounces into the streets nearby, she walks up and grabs him by the head and yells into the nearby news chopper's cameras, Superman, face me or Robin dies! Superman is sitting with his parents asking if they are afraid of him when he can hear her shouting with his super hearing, and he asks them to turn the TV on. He then rockets off to face her. Meanwhile, Billy Batson is getting pulled out of school by a woman claiming to be his mother, Harley Quinn. She walks him out to her motorcycle, a Harley for Harley as she says, and asks him to turn into his better half. When he refuses, she knocks him out and takes him hostage. Back with Superman and Renee, Superman hits her from behind, forcing her to drop Robin. She gets back on her feet and we can see how she is so strong suddenly. She is popping every single one of the super strength wrenching pills that she can get her hands on. All at once, her muscles begin bulging and she begins screaming, I'm gonna kill you, Superman! She gets in a few hits, but then he hits her with everything that he has, throwing her through the nearby Washington Monument. So, she tears it out of the ground and hits Superman with it, sending him flying. Then she reels back in pain and hits the ground. Those pills give their users incredible amounts of strength, but they are a terrible strain on the human heart. And Renee just took a handful of them. Superman rockets back onto the scene, slamming her into the ground, demanding that she stop. He can see the strain on her heart, but it's too little, too late, as she falls to the ground, spewing the green liquid all over the place. Nearby, a Wayne helicopter lands and Bruce Wayne gets out, and he runs to catch Renee as she dies from her overdose. Superman looks at Bruce mourning over the loss of another friend, and he tells him, just go. Wonder Woman is in shock. Clark, we've been searching all over for him for months, and he's right here. No, this isn't Batman. This is Bruce Wayne, and he's here to take his friend home. This war has cost us too much. It's over. Say it, Bruce. With tears in his eyes, Bruce tells him, it's over. He then takes Renee Montoya and he heads back to his hideout, where he dons the cowl and tells his friends, this isn't over. While Bruce prepares for the next part of his mission, Barbara Gordon calls Lex Luthor their secret man on the inside for Batman's team. She tells him that she needs his help, and he tries an experimental procedure to repair her broken spine, because in this universe, Barbara Gordon is still crippled by the Joker, while Lex is working on his own experiment to save the day, a clone of Superman. Meanwhile, Billy Batson wakes up to Harley Quinn standing in front of him while he's tied to a chair. She welcomes him to her secret hideout, the Quiver. Yes, she knows that this looks like Green Arrow's old hideout, but he's not around anymore. But that's when she gets a call to return to Batman's hideout, and it's time to move. So she gasses Billy and leaves him tied to that chair. Batman prepares his team for the big move that is coming, and Barbara surprises everyone by walking in as Batgirl. When Batman tries to stop her, she tells him that it's her choice, not his, and she's going to help in this fight. Harley backs her up too. True dat, son! And with that, Batman's latest plan begins, as the Amazons march on the Hall of Justice, with Hermes demanding that by the decree of Zeus, Superman leave Earth, or suffer the wrath of the Amazon army. Wonder Woman is in shock. What is this? And she walks up to Artemis, demanding to know who ordered this attack. Well, as it turns out, the deal that was struck to wake Wonder Woman from her magical sleep was that Hera was owed a favor, and that favor was to have Wonder Woman's mother march the Amazons on Superman for daring to treat himself as a god. Her mother did refuse, but Hera just imprisoned her. Upon hearing this, Wonder Woman grabs Hermes. My mother better not be hurt, and then she attempts to order the Amazons to stand down. But as she's told, she holds no dominion over them right now. This leaves Superman and his team wondering how this even got started, and that's when Batman arrives, landing the Batplane. Superman demands to know if Batman has forgotten the last time that they spoke. No, you are wrong, Clark. It's not over, Batman simply says as he walks over. And I had nothing to do with this. It was your mother, Diana. But we'll benefit from them being on the right side, he says with a smile. Hermes is growing tired of this, though. What is your answer, Superman? Superman looks at Wonder Woman. Is there anything we can do? Yes. I demand that we settle this with judgment by combat. One champion from each side to the death. And Hermes accepts. Superman steps forward. I will be my own champion. Now choose yours. And Harley Quinn jumps in. I volunteer! I volunteer as tribute! Everyone turns to look at her weird. Harness Everquinn? Anyone? Luckily, everyone ignores her and Batman turns back to Superman. On behalf of the gods, we choose Wonder Woman. She jumps on Batman. How dare you! But Hermes throws her off. I will not allow this. This drives Superman to jump on Hermes, and the battle begins with Harley Quinn shouting, "It's on, District 12!" At that moment, a bolt of lightning hits the ground. Enough! And Zeus stands before everyone. I will not have this divine challenge ignored by my daughter or anyone else. Hal, Flash, and Cyborg all look at each other. Did you know her dad was? Nope. Wonder Woman takes this chance. How can this be? My mother would never have agreed to this. And Zeus explains that due to her awakening, she must fight in the side of Hera, and if she refuses, her mother will die. So, she apologizes to Clark, and they begin their battle! Wonder Woman comes in with a swing of her sword, and Superman blocks it with his forearm, shattering her sword. He then gets in a right hook, causing her to bleed. She then kicks him, so he punches her in the gut, and then across the jaw. And when she comes in for a punch, he headbutts her, busting her nose, inciting the rage of an Amazon! She elbows him in the knee, gouges out his eyes, and breaks his arm. He then looks up at her and bombards her with his heat vision. Wonder Woman holds her shield up and walks into it. You know this won't stop me, Clark. It'll hurt, but it won't stop me. She then cracks him over the face with her shield, and he lunges at her with the full strength of his abilities, punching her in the jaw. I will kill you if I have to! And they both step back, and Wonder Woman asks him to yield. She doesn't want to kill him, and he jumps back in. Want has nothing to do with it! They both jump back into it, Wonder Woman getting in multiple shots, and Hal Jordan looking on and realizing this isn't the Superman that he knew. Superman was fearful. He feared for humanity because he was linked to humanity through Lois, and now he isn't. The yellow ring can sense somebody's fear, and he can sense none in Superman. He is now beyond caring about himself or anyone else. Wonder Woman then pummels Clark into the ground and then holds him up by his symbol. It's over. She then winds up prepared to take his life, and she gets blasted by yellow energy! Sinestro has returned, and he isn't about to let Superman lose. Zeus shouts out, "Who dares?" And everyone turns to Sinestro. Why did you do that? Isn't it obvious? The traitor was about to kill Superman, and you were all standing there. Superman hits Sinestro with everything he has, throwing him across the planet. No more from you. Zeus then turns to the army. You know the task that is before you, Hermes. Understood, Allfather. Army of Zeus, attack! Everyone jumps in to continue this fight. The army of Zeus, Superman's regime, Batman's insurgency. But one fight takes precedence over all of this. Damian stands before Bruce. I've waited a long time for this one, Dad. And he tells him, and you won't mind waiting longer. And Batgirl knocks out Damian. Hermes runs at his full speed, laughing at the idea of another speedster. And he drops Flash while Artemis drops Hal Jordan. Then Superman shouts, enough! And he uses his super breath to push everyone down. But it's not really the end, is it? As the gods arrive, Superman, Apollo shouts, you have incurred the wrath of the gods. Surrender or die. And he was surrounded by his fellow gods, Atlas, Eros, Hercules, and Athena. So Cyborg puts a call out to the rest of the Justice League. They're gonna need everyone. Raven hears the call but refuses to come as she's mourning the loss of her father Trigon. Billy is still unconscious in the quiver, with Ares, the god of war, looking over him. Lex sees the beacon go off, but chooses to ignore it so he can continue his work on a Superman clone. So Superman stands there, silent, with no reinforcements. Hermes can see that Superman is defeated, so he gives him 1 day to abdicate his false throne and leave the Hall of Justice. He then orders Artemis to pull back and make camp. Batman can't believe it! They have Superman on the run! Why are they pulling back? We can't give them time to fortify their position. And Hercules corrects him. There is no we, mortal. There is only the will of my father. Tell your caped friends to stand down or I will. So Superman and his regime begin to walk back into the hall, picking up their injured. But Hermes tells Diana to stop and come with him, as she now stands with Zeus. She turns furious. I will not! And she jumps on Hermes, punching him. Diana, stop, Superman shouts, and Hal wonders if they should be joining her. But Hercules comes in and hits Wonder Woman over the head so hard that she bleeds. Damian then asks, "We're jumping in now, right?" And Superman replies with, "Leave the big one to me." So Cyborg amplifies the sun's rays to repair Superman's arms, and they begin battling the gods again. Hal Jordan tries to take on Hercules, but Hercules shatters his constructs and knocks him to the ground, where Harley takes a cheap shot and kicks him. Hercules then lifts her off the ground, telling her that this is his fight, and she can go. He then continues to approach Hal, so Hal hits him with a blast of fear. But Hercules ignores it, telling Hal, "Your fear-mongering days are over." And then he goes in for a punch that could crush a mere mortal. Luckily, Superman catches it, and Wonder Woman jumps in so they both begin battling with Hercules. Hercules is a demigod though, and he uppercuts Superman into space before grabbing Diana by the throat. Batman's team looks on in horror as they realize that this is a massacre. Is this really what they wanted? Meanwhile, in the quiver, Ares approaches Billy Batson and removes the tape over his mouth. "It's time. Superman needs you." So Billy shouts, "Shazam!" And the superhero with the power of the gods prepares to enter the battlefield. Shazam is coming in hot, ready to fight this. He was tied up in Harley Quinn's base, but now Ares has released him to come to Superman's aid. Superman is about to lose his fight against the old gods, but Shazam has the wisdom of Solomon, the strength of Hercules, the stamina of Atlas, the power of Zeus, the courage of Achilles, and the speed of Mercury. Superman might be having problems with a single god, but Shazam has the power of 6 gods, and he is on Superman's side. Standing in front of the Hall of Justice, Hercules is currently holding Wonder Woman by the throat, ready to end the life of his own sister, when Shazam slams him from behind. "Kick his ass, Shazzy," Harley shouts. And Hercules begins fighting it out with Shazam by punching him in the face, but Shazam uses everything he has to slam Hercules in the gut. Meanwhile, Wonder Woman is struggling to regain her breath when 3 of Huntress's friends walk up behind her. Wonder Woman murdered Huntress by mistake when they all fought against Trigon in year 3. Batwoman kicks Wonder Woman while she's down, and using her own lasso, she wraps it around Wonder Woman's neck. She begins to strangle her as Batgirl tries to stop her, but Batwoman lets her go. "You aren't worth it, Diana." Over with Shazam and Hercules, the power of 2 gods can be heard with every punch. The ground is literally being pushed back by their force. So Shazam changes it up, and he thunderclaps Hercules' ears, and then he headbutts him and double slams him on the back. "Let's change your name to Hercules, because you don't deserve my H." Meanwhile, Superman is in space from the uppercut that Hercules gave him last time, and he's finally coming to realize that this is the end. So he comes rocketing back to Earth at unbelievable speeds, using all of the force of entering orbit to finish off Hercules, burying him into the ground. Everyone stops because Superman just killed the demigod. So Apollo shoots him in the shoulder and curses him with a plague. Shazam tears the arrow out, and then he punches Apollo with his strength, leading the rest of the gods to jump in and fight. But over on the other side of the battlefield, Batman gets hit in the head with a baton, and Damian stands there. "I'm gonna enjoy kicking your ass." Batman and Damian have been at odds ever since Damian accidentally killed Nightwing, with Damian joining Superman's regime and Batman leading the insurgency. Damian jumps in and Batman blocks it. Batman tries to calm his own son down, telling him that he's the most skilled fighter to ever wear the Robin costume. But Damian screams, "Don't say it too loud, your favorite son might hear you." "This isn't about Dick, Damian. It's always been about Dick." "I'm really sorry, Damian," Batman says into Damian's eyes, "for blaming you for what happened. It wasn't your fault." And then Batman throws Damian to the ground. But Damian gets up and punches him. "I don't believe you!" "Come back to me, Damian. We can be Batman and Robin again." So Damian tears the R off his chest. "I will never be your Robin again. I'd rather die first." He leaps in and Batman knees him in the stomach, knocking him out. While back with Shazam, he takes off into the sky to break Eros' wings, and then he's struck by lightning, turning him back into Billy Batson. He falls to the ground, and standing in front of him is Zeus. He stares at him and shouts the word that brings back his powers, "Shazam!" But nothing happens. Zeus stares at him. "I am the All-Father, and you only have your powers because I granted them. No more will you hurt my children. Superman, abdicate your throne or I will punish you all, starting with this boy." Harley runs at Zeus. "Let him go!" So Zeus hits her with a lightning bolt, killing her. "I need an answer, Superman." Realizing he doesn't have an option, Superman sends his team back to their home cities to wait for word from him, and they all disperse. Once the battle has ended, the world asks the question, what's next? Are the ancient gods going to rule the earth now? Where is Superman going to go? And the old leaders question, can they do something to get their power back from Superman? Over at the Hall of Justice, Ares, the god of war, approaches Superman to continue their plans. Ares has been playing both sides. He convinced Batman to join the fight while at the same time has secretly been working with Superman, after we learn that he hasn't always been the god of war, but was actually a thing turned into the god of war because of his love for war by Zeus. He informs Superman that if he wants to stop Zeus, he'll need to get Zeus's brothers involved, Poseidon and Hades. Ares does love war, but who is Ares really working for? Meanwhile, over at Themyscira, the home of the Amazons, and Zeus's army's location, Wonder Woman barges into Batman's tent as she's being forced to be on Zeus and Batman's side because her father is Zeus. She demands to know how he dare go to her father for support. Look at what he's done! And he tells her he only wanted Superman to surrender. He isn't the one who called for trial by combat. That was her who demanded that she get to fight against Superman. At that moment, both of them begin to feel the ground shaking beneath them, and they run outside to see a monstrous wave approaching them. Meanwhile, in the underworld, Harley Quinn is on a boat with Billy Batson and Wonder Woman's mother, being sent to the Dungeon of the Damned. Back on Themyscira, everyone is heading outside to see the giant wall of water coming their way, but Batman realizes the water has paused and it's waiting. It's Poseidon, and he's holding the wall up, so Wonder Woman jumps up there to ask what the meaning of this is. He demands that Zeus abandon this pointless pursuit and return to Olympus. And then a blast of heat vision takes down Hermes and his flyer, allowing Poseidon to declare that he stands with the Kryptonian.
Poseidon.
So Batman tries to call Aquaman for help, but Aquaman tells him that he won't be getting involved with this, and he hangs up on Batman. That's when Mera gives him a look, the look that says they need to get involved. Wonder Woman jumps up and punches Superman for getting more gods involved in this, and then an arrow from the Amazon army flies and it hits Poseidon in the shoulder. So Poseidon lets the wave come down on the island, just as it gets inches from crushing everyone. Mera stops it. Poseidon swipes his trident at Wonder Woman, throwing her into the water, and Aquaman tackles him. Batgirl, Catwoman, and Batwoman decide that they can't fight against a wall of water, so they're gonna work on getting everyone to safety before it falls. And back on the wall of water, Poseidon hits Aquaman in the junk and stabs him. You're just a man fighting a god. Superman breaks from the fight to go get Diana in the water, and Poseidon begins pummeling Mera, trying to get her to break her concentration so that his wall of water can fall. So Aquaman pulls Poseidon down into the water, and then he hits Poseidon with a right hook and then a left hook, while a squid brings him his trident and he runs Poseidon through the back. He then holds him up and feeds him to a shark. When Aquaman goes back to the surface, he can see that Mera can't hold the water anymore, and the entire wall of water crashes down at Themyscira. Meanwhile, back in the underworld, Harley is popping green pills that grant strength and wrecking anyone in her path to try and get the three of them out of here. That is until she causes so many problems in the underworld that Ares appears down below to stop her. She gives him a kick and steals his mother box? They then boom tube to another place, a place that they don't want to be. Back on Themyscira, the waves are crashing down on the Amazon city, and everyone...
Wait, so if Poseidon and Aquaman live in the same world or coexist, is there like two Atlantis? Because aren't they both kings of Atlantis?
is trying to evacuate beyond a couple of cliffs so that Batman can bomb the cliffs and seal the water off. While Batman does manage to seal the water and save the civilians, he is left on the wrong side of the wave with the Amazon army and Batwoman, until Flash runs in to save everyone. He runs up to the cliff. Oh man, oh man, oh man, too close, too close! Zeus then appears and tells his brother to stop this right this second and pull the ocean back. Why do you side with the Kryptonian? Are your strings that easily pulled? No, I do this on my own accord. Then you defy my choice? No, Allfather. And Poseidon retreats, leaving only Superman to stand before Zeus. Superman, you have lost your right to inhabit this planet. Leave right now or die. So Superman swings at Zeus! His punches literally go through thin air, and Zeus smacks him aside. But that's when Batman runs over to Clark. We've all been played! Zeus then hits them all with lightning, and Clark struggles to get out the words. What do you know? More than I'm about to say. I got word that Harley has a mother box. Realizing that this can only mean one thing, Superman leaves Earth. Meanwhile, we see where Harley, Billy, and Wonder Woman's mother have all boom-tubed too. Apocalypse. Darkseid is behind all of this, and that's when Superman hits him at top speed. He flew all the way here. Your scheming with Ares ends now. He shouts, hitting Darkseid again, and then with his heat vision, he cuts all of the chains holding everyone. I've been waiting for you, Kryptonian. I want my revenge for what you did to my son. For those of you only joining us now, all the way back in the first year of Injustice, Superman killed Kalibek, Darkseid's son. Superman jumps on Darkseid. You will never touch Earth again, hitting him with everything, and then Darkseid throws Superman back. Billy gets himself, Harley, and Diana's mother back to Earth, where Zeus is attacking the planet and destroying all of the other religions to show that he is the one true religion. While back on Apokolips, Superman and Darkseid are using everything, and their power is so tremendous that it may destroy the planet of Apokolips. Neither of them can win because Superman cutting loose is more power than Darkseid can handle. But Darkseid is also a new god, a being of tremendous power in his own right. Darkseid is amused. So we fight to the death then, Kryptonian. Back with Harley and Billy, Batman and Wonder Woman show up, and Batman tells Harley to give him the mother box. He has a plan. He always has a plan. He boom tubes the new Genesis, the home of the High Father, the new god All-Father. Back with Superman and Darkseid, Darkseid begins taunting Superman. You are dark, darker than normal. Is this due to the death of your wife? No, you don't get to talk about her! And he hits him even harder! Superman is beyond angry! They both punch with such force that the very concussion of the impact throws everyone down. One of Darkseid's followers runs over. Aster, you must stop! The core will rupture! So Darkseid kills him! You dare command Darkseid! Superman then uses his heat vision to throw Darkseid back again, through the walls and into the very planet itself. That's when Orion shows up, another of the new gods. Kal-El, you must stop! Darkseid gets up and looks at Orion. You dare interrupt us? When I finish with him, you will feel my wrath. But Orion tells him that he comes with a message from the Source. If they continue this fight, Darkseid will die along with millions. Darkseid grits his teeth. And the Kryptonian? The Source was not clear. So Superman looks at Darkseid. Let me make this clear. Stay away from Earth. Back on New Genesis, Batman explains the situation to the High Father, but the High Father doesn't want to get involved. Until Batman explains, the old gods and the new gods are now working together. Ares and Darkseid have caused this latest conflict. Back on Earth, the world's leaders decide to take action against the gods on Olympus, at the exact same time that the remaining members of the Justice League are marching on their throne on Earth. As the League and the gods fight it out, the world's leaders fired nukes, and they're coming in threatening to kill everyone. Hal Jordan told them all not to worry, he has it this time, until Arrow shoots him in the back with an arrow. So Wonder Woman decides that she'll sacrifice herself. She flies up and catches both nukes, and then she flies into space, throwing them up there until Superman, on his way back from Apokolips, grabs them and brings them even further into space. As Wonder Woman falls down to Earth, Superman catches her this time. He then lands in the throne room of the gods, and he calls for Zeus. It's time to end this. And Zeus appears. You dare invoke my name! Zeus raises his staff and he condemns Superman to death. But the High Father then appears in front of Zeus. No, I cannot permit this folly to continue. You dare give me permission? I will lay waste to this entire island. Then, the High Father freezes time to speak to Zeus alone. You were manipulated, Zeus. They toyed with you to destroy Superman and you ultimately. You chose the survival of Olympus over Earth a long time ago, and the Source has told me that your time on Earth is at an end. The Source? Then the High Father unfreezes time and Zeus tells Hera, it's time to go. He then gives Billy back the power of Shazam. Superman leaves and he grabs Ares by the throat and he drops him off at the Darkseid. He's yours now, Darkseid. I don't ever want to see him on Earth again. And Darkseid's left to torture Ares forever. Superman then goes to the world's leaders to tell them that he's going to remove their nukes again. This will not happen a third time. Meanwhile, Lex and Batman are talking about how they can't think of a way to stop Superman. They are running out of options. Lex suggests that maybe now, Batman will consider that there are others out there, powerful individuals with a stake in Earth who could be convinced to join the fight. That's when Lex's alarms go off, as his clone of Superman that he's been working on behind the scenes has broken free. There was a time when one who could soar overhead chose to walk among us. But then, things changed. He lost his wife, his unborn child, and the man that he thought was his friend started a war against him. In his place no longer stood a symbol of hope, but a symbol of fear and control. As the old saying goes, you'll either die a hero, or you'll live long enough to see yourself turn into a tyrannical, despotic monster. In the center of Metropolis, someone blew up a statue of Superman, and he arrives there with the Flash. Superman tells him to round up the terrorists, and in an instant he grabs all 4 of them. But then they all receive word that there was actually 5 terrorists. Superman asks these people who they are, and one brave woman tells him they are the ordinary people against the rule of Superman. Superman and Flash then run off to find the 5th person, not realizing that the 5th person is right there. You see, he's the bench. He's actually a shapeshifter, and at this exact moment, he is the bench right next to where they tied up all of his friends. He gets up and he begins to untie them, but they tell him to stay hidden, and he tells them, shh, we don't have a lot of time. But that's when the Flash shows up standing next to them. You actually have less than a minute. The shapeshifter turns into a massive monster, but before he can do anything, Superman knocks him out cold, and they take him to the Hall of Justice. This boy is a problem, because his name is Luke, and he's actually the son of Patrick O'Brien, or as you may better know him as, Plastic Man. Like what you done with the place? What do you want, Plastic Man? For you to stop pretending you don't know that I'm here for my son? We can't release your son. Of course you can. What's the point of being a despot if you can't abuse your power for your friends? All the best dictatorships have a healthy sprinkling of nepotism. Am I right? Up top. He then holds his hand up for Superman to give him a high five, and of course, Superman ignores it. Wonder Woman chimes in. Superman is no despot. He is literally sitting on a throne. It's a chair. Well, it's a very big chair. Oh, come on. Do you guys really think you're still the good guys here? Look at you. You don't even have to look in the mirror. Look at your teammate, Sinestro. He has an actual bad guy mustache. I bet he even twirls it when you're not looking. Whatever you have to say, Plastic Man, it won't change our minds. What the hell is wrong with you? Considering this all started with your own child, I figured you'd have a bit more empathy. Superman leaps out of the chair, ready to slam Plastic Man into the ground, and the Flash stomps him. Plastic, it's time to go. Flash and Plast both walk out, and Flash tries to talk him down, telling him that he's sorry, but it's time for Plast to go with Plan B. And he wraps up and incapacitates the Flash, so that he can take the Flash's shape. He quickly works his way all the way back to the Hall of Justice, where as the Flash, he tricks Cyborg into showing him the prison's weaknesses, and then he stops by their armory on the way out for a few Green Lantern rings. Then, with his plan all laid out, he gets to work by having a chopper drop him off above the underwater prison, and he turns himself into some dead weight to float to the bottom without worrying about the pressure. While he was a deadbeat father who was never around, even he won't leave his son in the prison. So he gets down to one of the weaknesses and he oozes his way through, and then he knocks out one of the guards, taking his identity. Then, as the guard, he makes his way into the cafeteria where he sees the infamous Green Lantern, Kilowog. I'm not who you think I am, friend. I'm here to get you out, but I need to find a shapeshifter that was just brought in. Kilowog continues to munch on his sandwich. You'd be down with the other superpowered individuals. All right, I'll be back to get you out, but I'll need your help. I need all of the attention on this room. Ha! Easy. So Kilowog stands up and he walks over to Bane. Hey Bane, I don't know how to properly insult your mother in your language, so he headbutts him, starting a prison riot. Plast then walks his way down to the superpowered cells and he sees a massive lock. The voice in the intercom begins to talk to him. There you are, Plast. I was told to watch for you. You won't be able to get past the lock. It's the most advanced in the world. So Plast shoves his entire hand into the lock, fiddles around, and then pulls out his middle finger in the shape of a key. Hey, look, I found the key. He opens up every cell, freeing all of the villains like Killer Croc, Livewire, and Gorilla Grodd. And that's when the rest of the league gets the alert, and they begin to move quickly to the prison. Plast runs into the cafeteria and yells for Kilowog. Hey, stop fighting! And just then, the warden appears from the vents. It's Metamorpho. Oh, hi, Rex! Every conflict is instantly stopped as Superman is knocking on the glass dome over their heads. All a part of Plast's plan, though, as he yells, Kilowog, catch! And he throws all of the Green Lantern rings to the imprisoned Green Lanterns. Sinestro panics on the other side of the dome, and he fires a beam through the glass, breaking it and killing Kilowog before he can put his ring on. Kilowog looks down at the wound on his chest, and he falls to the ground around all of the Green Lanterns getting their powers back. Plash stretches himself out to cover the ceiling and keep the water from getting in. "We need this glass! Take this belt, Luke!" And he throws a belt down for Luke to put on. But Captain Cold is the one who realizes that that is actually Mirror Master's belt. Luke opens a portal on the glass, and Plash stretches himself to his limits to keep the water out. "Stretch out now, Luke! Get everyone out of here!" And eventually, there is only Plash stretching so thin that he's literally tearing himself apart. Luke stretches his neck out to talk to his father. "Dad, come on! I can't move, Luke! Go on without me! Of course you can! But you know what I think? I think you like the drama. I think a screwed up part of you would actually rather sacrifice yourself here than escape and hang out with me." Plash thinks about it. That's actually pretty insightful. He smiles and he takes Luke's hand, allowing the both of them to get out of the prison. And with that, all of the villains, the Green Lanterns, and Plash are all in Mirror World, ready to leave, free from the Justice League's underwater prison. I know some of you are criminals, it's kind of what you do, and I know some of you are truly nightmarishly evil. I'm trying my best to ignore my responsibilities and let you run around continue being little shits. But my son was locked up for standing up against Superman, so let's make a deal. Focus most of your evil on Superman and make his life a living hell. And I'll let you all walk free. Croc's the one that looks up. Sure. And everyone leaves, going back to the real world, leading us to year 5. The villains are free. So what's gonna happen next? The villains have been freed upon the entire world, and Superman's regime now needs to get all of the villains back. Cyborg is tracking the reports while Flash is running around the world getting them for him. Eventually, Flash ends up in Metropolis where he finds a bunch of villains and he asks Cyborg to send in some help. The Cyborg tells him most of the team is preoccupied, such as Hal facing off against Parasite as he's eating Hal's yellow energy, and Diana dealing with the aftermath of alienating her entire Olympian family. But the villains on the loose aren't the only ones looking at this as a chance. The Rogues have been rounded up by Batman because the Rogues are the only villains with a code of no killing. While they are villains, Batman can at least trust them not to murder, more than he can say about Superman right now. Flash finds himself being overwhelmed by the number of enemies he's trying to solo until Superman arrives. His reputation has far exceeded him at this point, and every villain puts their hands up, telling him that they quit. But up in space is one villain that won't give up. One villain built to dispose of Superman. Doomsday, and he is rocketing down to the planet ready to show Superman that he is nothing. He lands with a crack, breaking the ground beneath his feet, and the Flash is back as he lands on him from space. Meanwhile, across the world, Bruce and Selina are having a meal at a diner where Selina asks what the plan is. He is crazy. This is too much, even with the villains on his side. How is he going to fight against the Justice League? It's the League. Back with Superman, he walks up to Doomsday standing on the Flash and uses everything to crush Doomsday's face. Doomsday is launched into a nearby building, and then Superman turns to the villains. Don't even think about trying to escape. Wouldn't even dream of it, love. Then he takes off into the sky to continue the battle, but Doomsday returns the hit by jumping back on him, elbowing Superman in the jaw. He grabs Superman by the throat, and Superman responds by throwing Doomsday back. I'm tired of these games. Who sent you here? Did Batman put you up to this? As he charges in for answers, Doomsday hits him again, throwing him into space, and then back down into orbit where he lands in Gotham. Superman grabs a chunk of a bridge, lifts it up, and crushes Doomsday with it. It's still not enough as they are throwing blows back and forth, and in the distance, Bane comments how he's late to the party. At the same time, Wonder Woman sees the fight on the news, and she flies to Superman's rescue, only to arrive as Bane is leaping into the middle of it. Panicked that Superman might not be able to take them both on, she shockingly sees Bane land on Doomsday's back, hitting him, and then holding him so that Superman can finish him off. Superman is confused, but he knows that this is his chance, and he hits Doomsday so hard that he knocks him out. Then Wonder Woman grabs Bane by the back of the neck and holds him up. What's your plan, Bane? I want to prove that I can be a better friend than an enemy. We both hate the Bat. I don't hate Batman, but we'll talk about this later. With that, Superman leaves instantly to remove the threat of Parasite that is hounding both Cyborg and Hal Jordan at this time. He takes Parasite into space and then he launches him into the sun. No more Parasite. And then when asked what he did, he simply told everyone it was handled. The League had differing opinions on how to handle the Bane situation, with him on their side now, but Superman told them that he was there. This wasn't a democracy. Meanwhile, in Germany, a pale-faced, confused man is wandering around saying, me, me, me. The next day, Superman and Cyborg go over the records to see who they have in prison. 60% of the villains are still at large, but during the discussion, Wonder Woman takes Superman into the sky to ask him about himself. He is shutting down and trying to carry this burden alone. She explains that they have all been in this fight for 5 years. All of them, not just Superman. And he needs to remember this. She is against employing dangerous criminals, and Superman watches her flying away. Duly noted. Our mysterious pale man keeps wandering until an elderly man finds him. He questions the confused boy and he wraps him in a red towel. And at that that moment, the man recognizes him. I know you! You're Superman! Meanwhile, Catwoman meets with
Oh, that's
Penguin to see where he
Superboy.
stands in this whole fight, only to see Bane and figure out that Penguin's with the regime. Bane is strong, but Catwoman is fast and she manages to dodge him, leaping out of the boat that they are on and onto a frozen bay. It's Frost, and she has managed to freeze the bay, giving Bane the chance that he needs to catch up. Then he breaks the ice and catches Catwoman since Frost froze her legs. He hauls her off and chains her up as a prisoner of the regime's new villains. Bane will find out the location of the Bat. Back with the man who is obviously a clone of Superman, the old man sews him a Superman suit. The clone then looks in the mirror and sees the symbol is backwards, and he tears it off. Fix, please. So the man sews it on backwards, and the clone smiles. Perfect. While Batman is getting word that Superman has turned to recruiting villains because they are having a shortage of the strength-granting green pills, this whole thing is about to turn into an arms race to see who can get the biggest and the baddest of the villains on their side. Meanwhile, all of the heroes are beginning to blur the line, such as Damian murdering all of the ninjas chasing him because they wanted him to join back up with Ra's al Ghul. While this is going on, Wonder Woman confronts Superman about Catwoman going missing. Everyone knows Bane captured her, so why isn't she here? There's only one reason, and that's because he's torturing her. But Bane's freezing torture isn't working, so his new plan is to call out Batman. He makes a YouTube video calling Batman out in a direct challenge, and if he doesn't show up to the old Wayne Manor for this fight, Bane will kill Catwoman. Of course, Batman arrives with Harley Quinn and Batwoman at his side, and a whole bunch of people there to
Crazy.
film and
He
take
made a YouTube
pictures.
video.
Batman starts off by charging at Bane and then leaping over his head. The crowd boos as they realize Batman isn't actually fighting, he's dodging, and Batwoman realizes that this isn't going to go on for very long. Just when Bane hits Batman in the chest, and Batman fades away. It was all a trick, and Frost isn't happy as she fires a blast of cold power in Harley's direction, starting an all-out fight between Frost, Bane, Batwoman, and Harley. Suddenly, Superman appears with glowing red eyes of determination. Where is Catwoman? Luckily, this was all a part of their plans as Batgirl has tracked down Catwoman. Except Catwoman is being guarded by Killer Croc, which means they're gonna need more time. So Batman joins in the fight for real, having the Batmobile run over Bane and Frost. You looking for me? They begin slugging it out with Batman on a super strength pill while Wonder Woman tangles with Harley and Batwoman, while Batgirl is fighting it out with Croc, trying her best to drop him quickly. But as Batgirl is getting thrown around the room, she has a better idea, and she shoves a green pill into Catwoman's mouth. While Batgirl is trying to dodge everything Croc is throwing at her, Catwoman, now with super strength, breaks free and hits Croc over the head with a chair. Batman and Superman begin going at it at Wayne Manor, trading blows back and forth. How long are you gonna keep this up, Bruce? As long as it takes. Why don't you just stop as soon as you turn yourself in for your crimes? Joker deserved to die! What about Ollie and Montoya? Superman hits Batman so hard that he throws him over the lawn, and then
Bro, this reminds me of the Civil War arc in Marvel, where all the heroes are just fighting each other. They're against each other and stuff.
Batman gets the message over the radio. Catwoman is free. He pops a smoke pellet laced with lead, and they all flee from the area using their new friend, Mirror Master. But once they are all safe, Catwoman asks to speak to Bruce alone. They step aside, and she explains she can't do this anymore. She was almost murdered, frozen to death. And then she walks off. A short time later, Smallville, Kansas is celebrating Clark Kent Day, a new local holiday that once they unveil the statue gets hit by a storm from Weather Wizard. The Rogues are here in force. Across the globe, Cyborg begins getting reports of terrorist attacks all around the globe. Superman isn't happy about that. Add fuel to the fire, Cyborg reports that Superman's armies are vulnerable because Lex has stopped production of the green pills that grant super strength. Batman isn't going to get away with this. Meanwhile, the clone of Superman is watching the news report on the terrorist attacks and decides that this is a job for Superman. Superman flies to Lex to ask him why he stopped, and he explained that the factory was contaminated and corrupted. It'll take weeks to make another one. And the Flash, who is also in the room, asks Superman, why even bother with the pills? You have supervillains now. You have a problem with that, Barry? You bet I do. And since we're all expressing our displeasure here, I figured I'd let you know that it's a terrible decision. Meanwhile, back with the Rogues, they are continuing their plans. Spectacles and the like, so that the regime can't claim it's a natural disaster when the wall behind them all crumbles and there stands Superman? He tells them, me am Superman! Outside the regime building, Trickster is riding up on his four-wheeler and he sees the red blur and he knew.
Bro, where's I haven't seen Firestorm, Red Tornado, Red Hood. Red Hood is Red Robin, the Atom, Blue Beetle. Yeah, where's Blue Beetle, bro? What? Starfire. We didn't see much of the Teen Titans. We did see Kid Flash, Beast Boy. All those two did go. Superboy, we haven't seen him. Oh wait, I think we did. We did see him. fighting Superman. Crypto, Ganthet, we seen a Guy Gardner, John, Kyle, Kilowatt, Stargirl, Wildcat, Adam Smasher. Wait. Dr. Fate. Dr. Manhattan. Clayface. Lobo, what? Bro, they nerfed Lobo. Black Manta, he's in it. Gorilla Grodd, Lex, Luthor, Bizarro, he's in there. Reverse Flash. Bro, Justice has so much potential, bro. Where's Deathstroke at? In the midst of all this, I don't see. Green Arrow. Frost. Beast Boy again. Darkseid, Doomsday, Spawn. Oh yeah, Spawn is DC, I think. Oh man. Sinestro is in here, yeah. Starfire, Deathstroke, yeah, I was just looking at that. It's Bizarro, he's in here, yep. He just disappeared. Lobo, bruh. I seen Lobo earlier. This bogus what they did to Lobo. King, Shark, Darkseid, Shazam. Red Lanterns, yeah, the Red Lantern. Adam Smasher again. Or Captain Atom. Who is this? Shazam Jr. Supergirl, she's not in here, bruh. Catwoman. Alfred. Gordon, Jim Gordon. The Riddler, what? Raven. Spectre, Cyclops. Trigon. Anti-Monitor. Firestorm. Red Tornado. The Titans. Manifestos. What the heck? Oh, I was like, what? This is...
Knew that this wasn't good for his rogue friends. He looked at the hole that the clone made and he could see them destroying the rogues. Mirror Master is already unconscious and that keeps the rogues from escaping through Mirrorland. Batman and his team are getting reports that the rogues are getting demolished, but without Mirror Master, they can't get there and help them out. But it doesn't matter as reports are coming in that the real Superman is on his way to find out what's going on. They are already losing, but Weather Wizard makes a mistake of calling him the fake Superman, and the clone freaks out. Fake? Me am Superman! And he hits them with his heat vision at full blast, literally melting the flesh off of Weather Wizard and Heatwave. Golden Glider only survived by making herself intangible and holding on to the unconscious Mirror Master. Trickster is in shock, but he has an idea. He steps inside to tell the fake that he is friend. They've known each other for a while, and while who he is isn't important, what is important is that he's Superman. The clone is confused. Me am. You know Superman? He then steps forward and takes Trickster and he rockets off into sky, giving Golden Glider and the now conscious Mirror Master a chance to escape. Superman. And the real Superman arrives in the scene, only to find two skeletons, and he wants to know what is going on. Meanwhile, back at Batman's headquarters with the remaining members of the Rogues, Catwoman pulls Batman aside to tell him that she's done. This is the end of it. She's not going to risk her life for this. Superman is prepared to murder everyone, and it doesn't matter if that was a fake Superman. We are losing people. Trickster and the clone fly around, first somewhere far too cold for Trickster, then way too hot. But the clone wants to know about Superman. Trickster explains that he is Superman. No one can beat him in a fight. He is the leader of the regime, so the entire world fears him. He is basically king. And the clone thinks about this. Why me king? Because you want to protect everyone from the bad guys. Where's Superman's throne? And that's when Trickster explains that there is a fake Superman that took his throne, and he needs to get rid of him. So using his super hearing, he can listen for his own voice. Back at the Hall of Justice, the Justice League is trying to figure out what the red and blue blurs were that they were picking up. Is it actually Superman? And Superman realizes that this is obviously an imposter, and he puts out an all-points bulletin to the entire Justice League. They are needed. He then goes to Lex Luthor to demand to know what he did, and Lex is appalled that Superman would even think that he was involved. But Superman isn't playing games, and he wants to know, so Lex lies to him and passes Superman's heartbeat test, because Lex is the one that made the clone. Meanwhile, over on the interstate, they have pulled over a truck that Harley is driving in hopes that it's Batman's team in the back. They open fire on it only to discover that it's Solomon Grundy. He comes out demolishing everyone, so Superman comes in to get involved, and just as he throws a punch, he sees another man throwing a punch. The clone arrives to stop Grundy. He shouts, "You am fake Superman!" And Superman is obviously confused and tells him, "I am?" "Yes, stop right now!" The clone shouts as he hits Grundy again. Superman asks, "Are you from another dimension, a genetic experiment? Where did you come from?" And the clone hits Superman with the full force of his heat vision, shouting, "Stop asking stupid questions!" "All right, fraud, we'll do it this way," Superman says, hitting the clone hard across the face and throwing him into the sky. But now Grundy is slightly annoyed that he's being ignored, and he hits Superman in the stomach. The clone comes back, hitting Grundy hard. "Leave not me alone!" The clone then grabs a car with a person in it and tries to throw it at Grundy, but Superman catches it and puts it back down, just as Grundy grabs Superman by the foot and throws him down. So the clone grabs another car and gets ready to throw it at Grundy, only to have Hal Jordan grab it from him. Hal decides that too many people are in danger, so he puts down a dome around everyone, welcoming them to the Lantern Dome. He then asks Superman, "Who is this imposter?" And Superman tells him, "Some bizarre approximation of me. Bizarro Superman, sweet." Clone says his own name. "Bizarro? Shut up!" he shouts, forcing everyone back. Bizarro decides that he's receiving no respect, and he takes off, shattering the Lantern Dome. Superman would have chased him, but Grundy decides that he isn't done with Superman, and he pulls him back. So Superman rips his head off. He drops Grundy off with Lex, telling Lex to figure out a way to make Grundy work for the regime, even if it takes brainwashing. He then takes off to figure out this Bizarro situation, leaving us with the close of Volume 1.
That's really good, but I'm gonna have to end this here. That was Injustice. We're halfway, almost halfway. Oh my goodness. That's good, guys.